Your mind didn't become tired today. It's been getting tired for a long time. You've been strong for too long, thinking through problems late at night, replaying conversations that already ended, carrying responsibilities into your sleep, smiling during the day while your thoughts stay awake after midnight. When the lights go off and the world finally stops asking things from you, that's when the noise begins. Not loud noise, quiet noise. The kind that doesn't shout but never leaves. Old worries, unfinished thoughts, tomorrow's pressure, yesterday's regret. Not because you're broken, but because your mind was never taught how to rest. We live in a world that rewards tension, that praises constant effort, that confuses exhaustion with strength. You were taught how to survive the day, but never how to close it. The Stoics understood something we forgot, that the mind needs an ending just like the body does, that peace doesn't come from solving every thought, but from laying them down, from seeing them clearly and letting them pass. They believed night was sacred, not for distraction, not for escape, but for reset. This is not about forcing sleep, not about silencing your mind, not about becoming someone else. This is about releasing the weight you carried without noticing, about stepping out of mental struggle, about returning to yourself, quietly, gently, without effort. Tonight, you don't need to fix anything. You don't need answers. You don't need control. You only need permission to rest. And this Stoic night reset is where that permission begins. As the words settle, something subtle begins to shift. The body grows still, but the mind feels louder. Not because the day was difficult, but because the day is finally over. This is the moment most people rush to escape. The Stoics did the opposite. They stayed, and in that choice, they found clarity where others found fatigue. Mental exhaustion reaches its peak at night for a reason that has nothing to do with weakness. During the day, the mind is busy responding. Tasks arrive one after another, decisions stack up, conversations demand attention, and the nervous system stays occupied just enough to keep deeper thoughts in the background. Action acts like a cover. But when activity slows and external demands fall away, the mind is no longer distracted. Everything that was postponed steps forward at once. Unprocessed emotions, unresolved worries, half-finished thoughts, and silent fears begin to surface. Not because they are new, but because they were waiting. At night, the brain also loses the structure that kept it contained. Daylight gives rhythm. Schedules, responsibilities, and expectations tell the mind where to focus. Darkness removes those boundaries. There is no next task to anchor attention, no role to perform, no audience to satisfy. The mind, suddenly free, doesn't know how to settle. It scans the past for mistakes and the future for threats. This is why thoughts feel heavier at night. They are no longer competing with the noise of the world. The Stoics noticed this long before modern psychology named it. They understood that exhaustion was not caused by thinking too much, but by thinking without direction. During the day, thought is useful. At night, it becomes circular. The mind replays instead of resolves. It judges instead of understands. And because there is no action to release the energy, the tension stays trapped inside. Darkness to the Stoics was not something to fear. It was a natural boundary. When vision fades, the senses soften. When the world becomes less visible, attention turns inward. They believed this was not a flaw of the night, but its purpose. Darkness stripped away distractions and forced honesty. Without light, appearances lose their power. Status, urgency, and comparison weaken. What remains is the inner dialogue that shapes character. They chose darkness for clarity because it revealed what daylight concealed. In quiet, the mind exposes its habits. The Stoics used this time not to entertain thought, but to observe it. They understood that the mind becomes exhausted when it tries to control what cannot be controlled. At night, the illusion of control collapses. There is nothing left to manage, fix, or prove. This is why resistance increases. The mind hates endings without closure. Instead of fighting this, the Stoics practiced acceptance. They did not try to silence thoughts. They allowed them to appear, examined their source, and let them dissolve. A thought seen clearly loses its grip. A fear acknowledged stops demanding attention. This practice prevented mental exhaustion from turning into mental suffering. Another reason exhaustion peaks at night is because identity relaxes. During the day, people operate inside roles: worker, parent, leader, caretaker. These roles provide structure and purpose, but they also suppress vulnerability. At night, those identities loosen. The mind returns to its raw state, where questions about meaning, direction, and self-worth surface. Without training, this feels overwhelming. With awareness, it becomes revealing. The Stoics used night to reconnect with inner order. They believed clarity came from alignment, not stimulation. When the outer world quieted, they reviewed their thoughts with calm detachment. Not to judge themselves, but to understand where energy was wasted. They asked simple questions. What disturbed the mind today? What was within control, and what was not? What deserved attention tomorrow, and what could be released now? This gentle review created closure. Mental exhaustion often comes from carrying unfinished mental loops into rest. The Stoics closed the day deliberately. Darkness was the signal that effort had ended. By respecting that boundary, the mind learned to stand down. Modern life ignores this rhythm. Artificial light extends the day. Screens keep the mind alert. Stimulation replaces reflection. The brain never receives the message that it is safe to stop. Exhaustion becomes chronic because the mind is always slightly engaged, even in bed. The Stoic approach was the opposite. Night was not an extension of the day. It was a reset. They understood that clarity does not come from more thinking, but from less resistance. Darkness removed pressure. Silence reduced urgency. In that space, the mind could finally release what it was never meant to carry overnight. This is why the night feels heavy to the untrained mind and peaceful to the prepared one. The difference is not the darkness itself, but how it is used. For the Stoics, night was not the enemy of clarity. It was its doorway. When the night stops feeling like an enemy, a deeper question appears. If darkness is no longer something to fight, what should the mind do with itself before sleep? The Stoics did not leave this to chance. They believed the final state of the mind before rest quietly shapes the state of the soul the next day. Voluntary mental silence was not about forcing thoughts away or emptying the mind through strain. It was an intentional withdrawal from mental noise. The Stoics understood that the mind speaks because it is invited to speak. Thoughts multiply when they are given attention, and they fade when they are no longer fed. Silence, to them, was not the absence of thought, but the absence of obedience to thought. Most people go to bed still mentally working. They continue planning, correcting, rehearsing, and worrying long after the body has stopped moving. This keeps the nervous system alert. The Stoics saw this as a form of self-interruption. They believed the mind needs a clear signal that effort has ended. Voluntary silence was that signal. It told the mind that no more judgments were required tonight. They practiced this by drawing a firm line between reflection and rumination. Reflection had a purpose. It was calm, brief, and honest. Rumination was endless, emotional, and draining. Once reflection was complete, silence followed. Not because everything was solved, but because nothing more could be gained in that state. This prevented the mind from turning inward against itself. Voluntary mental silence also protected the mind from false urgency. At night, problems feel larger because there is no action available. The Stoics recognized that thinking without the ability to act often leads to distortion. Silence was their way of respecting timing. They trusted that what mattered could wait until daylight, when reason was stronger and perception clearer. This silence was chosen, not imposed. The difference mattered. Forced quiet creates tension. Chosen quiet creates relief. The Stoics trained themselves to gently disengage. When a thought arose, they acknowledged it without following it. They did not argue with it or suppress it. They simply declined the conversation. Over time, the mind learned that not every thought required a response. They believed this practice preserved inner freedom. A mind that cannot stop talking is not free. It is reactive. Voluntary silence restored authority. The individual decided when the mind would work and when it would rest. This sense of control reduced anxiety, not by managing outcomes, but by managing attention. Another reason the Stoics valued mental silence before sleep was its effect on emotional residue. Emotions, like thoughts, lose strength when not reinforced. Anger fades when it is not rehearsed. Fear softens when it is not imagined repeatedly. Silence allowed emotions to complete their cycle without being reactivated. This created emotional closure for the day. They also understood that silence prepared the mind for deeper rest. Sleep is not only physical, it is psychological. When the mind remains active, the body rests lightly. When the mind releases effort, rest deepens. Voluntary silence was a form of respect for the body. It acknowledged that constant vigilance was not strength, but imbalance. The Stoics did not seek escape in distraction. They avoided filling the night with noise to avoid thought. Silence was not avoidance. It was presence without interference. This distinction mattered. Distraction postpones clarity. Silence allows it to settle naturally. In practicing mental silence, they accepted uncertainty. Many thoughts arise from the need for certainty. At night, certainty is impossible. Silence was their way of accepting not knowing. This reduced the mind's tendency to search endlessly for answers that could not be found in that moment. They also believed that the final thoughts before sleep should not be heavy. Not because life was light, but because carrying weight into rest affected the spirit. Voluntary silence was an act of self-care rooted in discipline, not indulgence. It was a reminder that rest was not earned through exhaustion, but maintained through balance. Over time, this practice changed the relationship with thought itself. The mind became less reactive, less urgent, less demanding. Silence was no longer uncomfortable. It became familiar, safe, grounded. The Stoics knew that a mind trained to be silent at night would be clearer by day. This was not about becoming passive. It was about choosing when to engage and when to let go. Voluntary mental silence before sleep was their way of closing the inner world gently, so that the next day could begin without the weight of the last one. As silence becomes less effort and more familiarity, something deeper starts to loosen. It is no longer just noise that fades, but the constant pressure to be someone. When the mind stops talking, the ego finally has room to rest. This was where Marcus Aurelius went each night, not to escape responsibility, but to release the invisible weight that power, identity, and expectation placed on the mind. Marcus Aurelius lived surrounded by noise that never stopped. Armies waited for orders. Advisors pulled at his attention. Citizens projected their hopes and fears onto him. During the day, he carried the role of emperor fully, but nightfall was different. Night was where he dismantled the strain of being important. Ego fatigue, as we might call it today, was something he understood deeply. It came from constantly being watched, judged, relied upon, and obeyed. The Stoic solution was not to harden the ego, but to soften it deliberately. At night, Marcus stripped himself of titles. In his private writings, he reminded himself that he was no more than a human being doing his duty for a short time. This was not false humility, it was psychological hygiene. He knew that the ego becomes exhausted when it tries to maintain an image without rest. Nightfall allowed him to step out of performance mode and return to inner honesty. Ego fatigue builds when the mind clings to status, success, or control. During the day, the ego feels necessary. It organizes action and decision-making. But when it is never set down, it turns rigid. Marcus used night as a signal to release identification with outcomes. He reminded himself that praise and blame were external, temporary, and unstable. By repeating this at night, he prevented the ego from carrying unfinished battles into rest. He also used nightfall to dissolve resentment. Resentment is ego pain that hasn't been processed. It comes from feeling wronged, unrecognized, or disrespected. Marcus believed holding on to these feelings weakened the mind. At night, instead of replaying offenses, he reframed them. He reminded himself that others acted from ignorance, fear, or habit. This was not about excusing harm. It was about freeing the mind from unnecessary burden. Another way he dismantled ego fatigue was by confronting mortality at night. He reflected on how small even an emperor's life was within time. This was not morbid. It was grounding. Ego inflates when it forgets limits. Mortality brought perspective. By remembering that everything ends, Marcus reduced the pressure to control everything now. This softened ambition into purpose and effort into calm duty. Nightfall also gave him distance from comparison. During the day, comparison is unavoidable. Leaders are measured constantly. At night, Marcus returned to internal standards. He asked whether he acted with reason, fairness, and restraint, not whether he impressed anyone. This shift removed the need for validation. Ego fatigue thrives on external approval. Inner evaluation weakened its grip. He understood that the ego becomes loud when it feels threatened. Night offered safety. There was nothing to defend, no arguments to win, no image to maintain. In that quiet, Marcus practiced being ordinary. He reminded himself that nature did not care about rank. Sleep came more easily when he aligned himself with this truth. Marcus also used night to forgive himself. Ego fatigue is not only caused by others, it is also fueled by self-judgment. He reviewed his actions honestly but without cruelty. When he fell short, he acknowledged it without shame. Shame tightens the ego. Acceptance loosens it. This allowed growth without self-punishment. He avoided mental stimulation before rest. No indulgence in fantasies of power or revenge. He believed these fed the ego and disturbed the mind. Instead, he chose simplicity of thought, short reflections, clear truths, then silence. This protected his inner state from unnecessary agitation. The result was not weakness, it was strength without tension. By dismantling ego at night, Marcus preserved clarity during the day. His authority came not from force, but from steadiness. The mind that does not cling sleeps better. The ego that is allowed to rest becomes less defensive. Marcus Aurelius showed that nightfall was not just a time to recover energy, but to reset identity. By letting go of who he had to be, he returned to who he was. This practice prevented burnout long before the word existed. It allowed him to lead without being consumed by leadership. As ego fatigue dissolves, the mind grows lighter, and when the mind is lighter, rest deepens naturally. This prepares the ground for something even more subtle, learning how to end the day without carrying any emotional residue forward at all. As ego fatigue loosens its grip, another habit quietly reveals itself. Even when the mind grows calmer, many people still fall asleep wearing the same identity they carried all day. The worker stays a worker. The parent stays on duty. The one who must perform, decide, prove, and endure never steps down. This was something the Stoics warned against, and over time it became a rule they lived by. Never carry your daytime identity into sleep. During the day, identity is useful. It gives structure. It organizes responsibility. It allows society to function. But the Stoics understood that identity is a tool, not a home. When it follows you into the night, it turns into weight. The mind cannot rest while still holding a role. Sleep becomes shallow because the self is still on guard. They believed the mind needs a complete change of posture before rest, not physical posture, but inner posture. Daytime identity is outward-facing. It is shaped by expectations, reactions, and obligations. Nighttime identity, according to the Stoics, should be inward-facing and minimal. Fewer labels, fewer stories, fewer demands. The problem is not responsibility itself, but attachment to it. When a person goes to bed still identifying as the one who must fix everything, the mind continues scanning for problems. When someone sleeps as the one who must be strong, vulnerability has no place to land. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering created by habit, not reality. They practiced deliberate detachment from identity at night. This did not mean rejecting who they were. It meant placing those roles down temporarily. Just as armor protects in battle, but becomes a burden at rest, identity must be removed for recovery to occur. One Stoic who spoke clearly about this was Epictetus. He taught that roles are assigned by circumstance, but inner peace comes from knowing you are more than any role. At night, this teaching became practical. If you are more than your position, you are allowed to rest from it. Carrying daytime identity into sleep keeps the nervous system alert. The body may lie down, but the mind remains upright. It listens for threats. It rehearses conversations. It worries about outcomes. The Stoics understood that the body follows the mind's signals. If the mind is still on duty, rest will be incomplete. They also recognized that identity feeds emotional residue. Praise, criticism, success, and failure all cling to the roles we play. When those roles are not released, emotions remain active. The Stoic rule created emotional closure. By stepping out of identity, emotions tied to that identity naturally lost strength. This practice required honesty. Many people cling to identity because they fear what remains without it. The Stoics taught that what remains is not emptiness, but simplicity. Beneath all roles is the basic fact of being alive, breathing, existing. This was enough for the night. They used simple reminders to release identity, not affirmations, but truths. I did what I could today. What is mine to control has been handled. What is not mine can wait. These statements were not meant to comfort, but to clarify. Clarity allows release. Another reason this rule mattered was because identity distorts perception at night. Problems feel larger when filtered through the self-image that must succeed or avoid failure. By stepping out of identity, problems return to their actual size. Many were no longer urgent, some were no longer real. The Stoics also understood that sleep itself is a form of surrender. You cannot control anything while asleep. Carrying identity into sleep creates inner conflict because identity is built on control. Letting identity go aligns the mind with the nature of sleep. Resistance ends, rest begins. They did not seek to erase personality or values. Those returned in the morning. Night was temporary release, not permanent loss. This balance allowed them to act fully by day without being consumed by it. Modern exhaustion often comes from identity overload. People are everything all the time, connected, reachable, responsible. The Stoic rule was a boundary. Night was a different state of being, not lesser, but necessary. When this rule is forgotten, sleep becomes another task to perform well. When it is remembered, sleep becomes a return to neutrality. No success, no failure, just rest. As daytime identity fades, the mind becomes lighter. Thoughts slow because there is no role demanding answers. Emotions settle because there is no image to protect. This prepares the ground for the next step, learning how to close the day completely without leaving unfinished mental loops behind. When identity is finally set down, something else quietly reveals itself. Even without roles, even without ego, the mind may still refuse to rest, not because it wants attention, but because something is unfinished. This is where another hidden weight appears, one most people never name, yet feel every night. Cognitive residue, the mental leftovers of thoughts that were started, stirred, but never completed. Cognitive residue is what remains when the mind opens a loop and never closes it. A conversation that ended without clarity, a decision postponed, a worry acknowledged but not resolved. During the day, these fragments hide behind movement and noise. At night, when there is no distraction left, they rise to the surface, not to attack, but to ask for completion. The mind is designed to seek closure. When it doesn't get it, it holds on. This holding on consumes energy, not active energy, but background energy, the kind that keeps the nervous system slightly alert, slightly tense. The body may be still, but the mind remains partially engaged. This is why rest feels shallow even after hours in bed. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology explained it. They noticed that exhaustion often came from incompleteness, not effort. A hard day followed by mental clarity led to deep rest. A simple day filled with unresolved thoughts led to restless sleep. The difference was not workload, but mental closure. Unfinished thoughts poison rest because they create silent urgency. The mind treats them as open threats or opportunities. It does not know whether to discard them or act on them, so it keeps them alive. This constant low-level activation prevents full disengagement. Sleep becomes a pause, not a reset. Many people try to escape this by distraction, scrolling, noise, entertainment. But distraction only delays unfinished thoughts. It does not dissolve them. When the distraction ends, the residue remains. The Stoics rejected this approach. They believed unresolved thoughts should be met calmly, not avoided. They practiced mental completion before rest, not by solving everything, but by clearly defining what could not be solved at that moment. The mind relaxes when it understands boundaries. When it knows, this is complete for today, it stops demanding attention. Cognitive residue is especially powerful at night because action is unavailable. During the day, the mind can release tension through doing. At night, there is nothing to do. This makes unfinished thoughts feel heavier. The Stoics respected this reality. They did not push the mind to perform when it was not designed to. They also understood that not every thought deserves completion. Some thoughts are habits, not messages. Rumination disguises itself as problem-solving, but produces no progress. The Stoics trained themselves to distinguish between useful reflection and mental looping. Once a thought repeated without producing insight, they let it go. Another reason unfinished thoughts disturb rest is emotional attachment. Thoughts tied to fear, guilt, or anticipation leave stronger residue. The Stoics worked on reducing emotional charge before sleep. They reminded themselves that emotions exaggerate importance. By seeing thoughts clearly without emotional judgment, their intensity faded. They also practiced externalizing unfinished thoughts, not by writing endlessly, but by mentally placing them outside the self. This concern exists, but it is not me. This separation reduced identification. A thought that is not personal loses urgency. Cognitive residue also builds from overcommitment. Saying yes too often creates mental debt. Each promise becomes an open loop. At night, the mind reviews these debts. The Stoics valued restraint for this reason. Fewer commitments meant fewer unfinished thoughts to carry into rest. They believed the day should end cleanly, not perfectly. Completion did not mean success. It meant acknowledgement. A task unfinished but clearly postponed created less residue than a task vaguely ignored. Clarity reduced mental friction. This practice protected sleep from becoming a problem-solving session. The Stoics believed night was for release, not resolution. What could be done tomorrow belonged to tomorrow. What could not be done at all did not deserve space. Over time, this approach trained the mind to trust closure. The mind learned that letting go was safe, that nothing essential would be lost by resting, that clarity returned more easily after genuine rest. When cognitive residue dissolves, rest deepens naturally. The mind no longer needs to scan for loose ends. Silence becomes easier. Sleep becomes restorative, not just unconscious. This prepares the ground for the next step. Once unfinished thoughts stop poisoning rest, the mind becomes ready for something more subtle, learning how to close the day with intention instead of letting it fade in disorder. When unfinished thoughts stop pulling at the mind, a quiet readiness appears. There is space now, but space alone is not enough. Without direction, the mind will fill it again tomorrow with the same weight. The Stoics understood this, which is why they ended the day with intention. They practiced what can be called a night audit, not as judgment, but as release. The night audit was not a long review or a harsh self-examination. It was brief, honest, and gentle. Its purpose was to clear mental debt before sleep. Mental debt builds when actions, thoughts, and emotions are left unacknowledged. Even small moments, when ignored, accumulate. The mind keeps track, even when you don't. The Stoics believed the mind relaxes when it feels seen. When events are acknowledged, they lose their charge. The night audit gave the mind that recognition. It was a way of saying, "This day has been noticed. Nothing is being ignored." That alone reduced inner tension. They approached the audit with calm distance, not replaying the day emotionally, but observing it clearly. What was done well was noted without pride. What was done poorly was noted without shame. This balance mattered. Pride inflates the ego. Shame tightens it. Both disturb rest. Neutral awareness restores balance. One Stoic who wrote about this practice was Seneca. He described reviewing his day each evening, not to punish himself, but to correct gently. If he acted impulsively, he noted it. If he acted with restraint, he acknowledged it. Then he let it go. The review ended. Sleep followed. This process worked because it replaced vague self-judgment with clarity. Most people carry a general sense of failure or worry into the night. It is undefined and heavy. The night audit made things specific. Specific things are lighter than vague ones. A clear mistake is easier to release than a nameless sense of unease. The audit also cleared emotional debt. Emotions demand recognition. When ignored, they linger. When named, they soften. The Stoics did not suppress emotion. They examined it briefly. Why did this disturb me? What belief caused this reaction? These questions were not asked to analyze endlessly, but to understand once. Once understood, the emotion no longer needed attention. It had served its purpose. This prevented emotions from turning into repeated nighttime thoughts. The audit became a form of emotional hygiene. Another important part of the night audit was responsibility without burden. The Stoics separated effort from outcome. They judged themselves on intention and conduct, not results. This reduced regret. Many regrets come from outcomes that were never fully controllable. By focusing on what was within control, the mind felt complete, even when results were imperfect. The audit also created closure around decisions. Indecision creates mental debt. When choices were postponed, the Stoics acknowledged the postponement consciously. This will be decided tomorrow. This simple statement closed the loop. The mind relaxes when it knows a decision has a place in time. They avoided turning the audit into storytelling. No dramatic narratives. No self-criticism spirals. Facts only. Actions. Reactions. Lessons. End. This simplicity kept the audit from becoming another source of exhaustion. The night audit also reinforced values. By briefly checking actions against principles, the Stoics strengthened inner alignment. This created confidence. Confidence reduces mental noise. A mind that trusts itself does not need to overthink. Importantly, the audit had a clear ending. Once completed, it was over. No revisiting, no second-guessing. This trained the mind to respect boundaries. Reflection had a time and a place. Night was not endless review, it was preparation for rest. This practice reduced mental debt because it prevented accumulation. Each day was cleared before the next began. Over time, this created a lighter inner state. Fewer unresolved emotions, fewer lingering doubts, less mental clutter. Modern minds often skip this step. Days blur together. Thoughts pile up. Emotions stack without release. The night audit was the Stoic answer to this chaos. It was not therapy. It was maintenance. By clearing mental debt nightly, the Stoics protected sleep. The mind entered rest without unfinished business. Silence felt earned, not forced. Sleep became deeper because nothing was chasing attention. When the night audit becomes familiar, rest stops feeling fragile. The mind trusts that it will not be ignored, that tomorrow will begin clean, not burdened by yesterday. With mental debt cleared, the inner world grows quieter, and in that quiet, a deeper kind of rest becomes possible, the kind that comes not from escape, but from order restored. Once mental debt is cleared, something unexpected happens. The mind no longer feels crowded, yet sleep may still hesitate. Not because of noise, but because of anticipation. Hope pulls the mind forward. Fear pulls it backward. Both keep attention awake. The Stoics noticed this subtle trap and trained themselves to fall asleep without either. Hope and fear seem harmless, even motivating, but at night they become sources of tension. Hope whispers about what might improve tomorrow. Fear warns about what could go wrong. Both are future-focused. Sleep, however, requires presence. The Stoics understood that the mind cannot rest while leaning forward or bracing backward. It must stand still. They did not see hope and fear as opposites. To them, they were twins. Both arise from attachment to outcomes. Hope clings to a desired future. Fear resists an undesired one. The common root is the same belief, that peace depends on what has not yet happened. At night, this belief keeps the mind alert, scanning possibilities that cannot be acted on. The Stoic solution was not emotional numbness, it was neutrality. They trained themselves to meet the future without leaning toward it or away from it. This required trust, not optimism. Trust that whatever comes can be met with reason when it arrives. There was no need to rehearse it in the dark. They practiced this by ending the day without promises to themselves. No silent vows like, "Tomorrow will be different," or "I must fix this soon." These thoughts create hope pressure. When tomorrow becomes a requirement, sleep turns into preparation. The Stoics avoided this. They let tomorrow remain undefined. They also avoided catastrophic thinking before sleep. Fear grows when the mind exaggerates uncertainty. The Stoics reminded themselves that most feared outcomes never occur, and those that do can only be handled when awake. This was not denial, it was timing. Fear was postponed, not suppressed. One of their most powerful tools was acceptance of uncertainty. They did not demand reassurance before rest. They accepted that some questions would remain unanswered overnight. This acceptance relaxed the mind. A mind that no longer demands certainty stops scanning for it. They also practiced releasing emotional bargaining. Hope often sounds like negotiation. If this works out, I'll finally relax. Fear does the same. If this fails, everything falls apart. Both trap the mind in conditional peace. The Stoics chose unconditional rest. Sleep was allowed regardless of outcomes. Another practice was aligning with nature. Night was understood as a natural pause. Nothing in nature worries about tomorrow after sunset. By aligning themselves with this rhythm, the Stoics reduced inner resistance. They reminded themselves that rest was part of order, not a reward for success. They also trained themselves to end the day without emotional conclusions. No final judgments about life direction, no defining moments. These conclusions create hope or fear by framing the future as urgent. The Stoics believed life unfolds continuously. No single day decides everything. This perspective softened the need to predict. They avoided visualizing outcomes before sleep. Visualization energizes the mind. At night, energy must withdraw. Instead, they focused on simple awareness, breath, stillness, the feeling of being supported by rest. This grounded attention in the present. The Stoics also practiced surrender of control deliberately. Sleep itself is surrender. You cannot manage anything while asleep. Hope and fear both resist this fact. By reminding themselves that control was already suspended, they stopped fighting it mentally. Importantly, they did not replace hope and fear with forced positivity. Positivity still leans forward. They chose realism. What is not here does not need me now. This simple truth dismantled anticipation. Over time, this training changed their relationship with sleep. Sleep was no longer a checkpoint before tomorrow. It was an independent state, complete in itself. The mind entered it without expectations. This allowed deeper rest. When hope and fear dissolve, the nervous system settles. The body receives the signal that vigilance is unnecessary. Sleep becomes natural, not chased. By learning to fall asleep without hope or fear, the Stoics protected their inner balance. They met each morning fresh, not preloaded with emotional weight. The night no longer prepared them for outcomes. It prepared them for presence. And in that presence, the mind found something rare, a rest that did not depend on the future at all. When hope and fear finally loosen their hold, the body may fall asleep more easily. Yet many people wake up still tired, even after long hours in bed. This is where another quiet truth appears. Not all rest restores. The Stoics understood that there is a kind of rest that sleep alone cannot provide. They made a clear distinction between physical rest and what can be called philosophical rest. Physical rest belongs to the body. Muscles relax, breathing slows, the nervous system downshifts. This kind of rest is necessary, but it is incomplete on its own. A body can be still while the mind remains burdened. Many people experience this every night. They sleep, but they do not recover. The Stoics noticed this pattern and looked deeper. Philosophical rest belonged to the inner world. It was the rest of judgment, of inner conflict, of resistance to reality. A mind at philosophical rest is not struggling against what is, nor chasing what is not. It is aligned. This alignment is what truly restores energy. The Stoics believed exhaustion often came from inner disagreement. The body followed orders all day, but the mind argued with itself. Regret fought acceptance. Desire fought limits. Expectations fought reality. These conflicts consumed energy quietly. Sleep could pause the body, but it could not resolve inner contradiction. Philosophical rest began when these arguments ended, not because problems vanished, but because the struggle against them stopped. The Stoics taught that peace comes not from changing events, but from changing one's relationship to them. This shift relieved the mind of constant resistance. They observed that many people rest physically while still carrying inner tension. The mind replays, judges, and resists even in dreams. This is why waking fatigue exists. Philosophical rest, on the other hand, lightened the inner load before sleep. The mind entered rest, already settled. This kind of rest required clarity. The Stoics believed confusion drains energy more than effort. When values are unclear, every decision creates friction. When beliefs conflict, the mind works overtime. Philosophical rest came from resolving these conflicts consciously. They practiced aligning thoughts with reality. If something was outside control, they stopped fighting it mentally. If something was within control, they handled it during the day. This alignment removed inner friction. The mind no longer argued with facts. Philosophical rest also involved acceptance of human limits. Many people exhaust themselves trying to be flawless, liked, or invulnerable. The Stoics rejected these expectations. They accepted imperfection as natural. This acceptance removed constant self-correction. The mind relaxed because it no longer had to defend an image. Another aspect of philosophical rest was trust in reason. The Stoics trusted that problems could be met when awake and alert. There was no need to solve life at night. This trust reduced urgency. The mind rested because it believed it would be capable later. They also distinguished between awareness and worry. Awareness is calm. Worry is restless. Philosophical rest allowed awareness to remain while worry dissolved. The mind could notice without reacting. This state was restful even without sleep. Physical rest restores energy. Philosophical rest restores direction. Without direction, energy leaks. People wake up motivated but unfocused. The Stoics saw this as imbalance. True rest prepared both body and mind for the next day. They believed philosophical rest could occur even while awake. A person could be mentally rested in the middle of activity if inner resistance was absent. This showed that rest was not just about inactivity, it was about inner order. This is why they trained the mind daily, not only at night. Night simply revealed the state of the inner world. If the mind rested philosophically, sleep followed naturally. If not, sleep remained shallow. Philosophical rest also protected against emotional exhaustion. Emotions intensify when they are resisted or judged. Acceptance softened them. A calm mind allowed emotions to pass without struggle. This reduced emotional carryover into sleep. They believed that a rested mind wakes with clarity, not urgency. Physical rest alone often produces energy without wisdom. Philosophical rest produced steadiness. The Stoics valued this more. Modern culture focuses heavily on physical rest, sleep schedules, supplements, techniques. These help the body, but often ignore the mind's deeper needs. The Stoics addressed the root. They restored rest by restoring inner alignment. When philosophical rest is present, sleep becomes deeper without effort. The mind no longer needs to process conflict in dreams. It enters silence willingly. This difference explains why some people need little sleep, yet feel clear, while others sleep long and wake heavy. The quality of inner rest matters more than the quantity of physical rest. As philosophical rest becomes familiar, the night transforms. It is no longer a recovery from chaos, but a continuation of inner order. And from that order, a more stable form of peace begins to grow, one that does not disappear with morning. As inner order settles and philosophical rest becomes familiar, the mind enters a rare state. Not effortful, not defensive, simply open. This is where the Stoics noticed something most people miss. There is a narrow window when the mind stops resisting change. That window opens at night. During the day, the mind protects its habits. Beliefs are defended because they support action. Identity is reinforced because it keeps things moving. Even when new ideas make sense, the mind resists them because change feels risky while active. At night, that protective posture weakens. The mind is no longer preparing, performing, or responding. It becomes receptive. Resistance is fueled by urgency. During the day, urgency is constant. Decisions must be made. Roles must be played. The mind clings to familiar patterns because they are efficient. At night, urgency disappears. Nothing demands an answer. This absence creates psychological safety. Safety allows change. The Stoics understood that the mind rewires itself best when it is not under pressure. They did not try to reshape beliefs through force or repetition alone. They waited for the moment when the mind softened naturally. Night provided that moment. When the senses quiet, the mind shifts inward. Attention turns away from external threats and rewards. This inward turn reduces defensiveness. Thoughts are no longer competing with action. They are observed instead. In this state, new perspectives can enter without triggering argument. This is why advice given during stress often fails. The mind hears it as threat or correction. At night, the same idea can be received calmly. The Stoics used this timing deliberately. They reflected on principles when the mind was least reactive. They did not attempt dramatic mental change before sleep. No grand resolutions, no intense affirmations. Intensity triggers resistance. Instead, they planted simple truths, short reminders, clear observations. These settled quietly into the mind without challenge. Night also reduces ego involvement. During the day, beliefs are tied to image. Changing them feels like losing face. At night, there is no audience, no one to impress. The ego relaxes. Without ego guarding beliefs, the mind becomes flexible. Another reason night allows reprogramming is memory consolidation. The brain naturally organizes information during sleep. What the mind holds gently before sleep influences what gets integrated. The Stoics intuited this without scientific language. They chose carefully what the mind touched last. They avoided feeding the mind with fear, ambition, or comparison before rest. These reinforce existing patterns. Instead, they focused on acceptance, perspective, and limits. These themes reshape the mind subtly over time. Reprogramming without resistance requires neutrality. Night provides it. Emotions are softer. Judgments are quieter. The mind is less invested in being right. This allows beliefs to adjust naturally. The Stoics also understood that repetition works best when resistance is low. A single calm reflection repeated nightly changed character more than forceful effort. Small shifts accumulated. Over time, reactions softened. Perspective widened. They trusted the mind's ability to absorb truth without struggle. This trust reduced overthinking. They did not demand immediate change. They allowed understanding to settle slowly. Night also suspends comparison. During the day, beliefs are reinforced by social feedback. At night, the mind stands alone. Without comparison, beliefs can be examined honestly. This honesty enables reprogramming. The Stoics believed that the final thoughts before sleep acted like instructions. Not commands, but orientation. This is how to see tomorrow. When these thoughts were calm and grounded, the mind adjusted quietly. They avoided reprogramming through emotion. Emotional intensity burns out quickly. Calm clarity lasts. Night favored calm. This made change sustainable. They also accepted that not all nights would produce insight. Resistance fluctuates. The goal was consistency, not breakthrough. Reprogramming happened gradually, without drama. Modern minds try to change through force, motivation, pressure, urgency. The Stoic approach was opposite. Remove resistance first, then change happens on its own. Night is unique because it removes the conditions that create resistance. No demand, no identity pressure, no action required. In this space, the mind can update itself naturally. This is why habits formed at night are deeper. Beliefs examined at night are more honest. Perspectives planted at night take root quietly. When used well, night becomes more than rest. It becomes alignment. The mind does not need to be convinced. It simply sees more clearly. As resistance fades, change stops feeling like effort. It feels like return. And from that return, the mind wakes not as a new version of itself, but as a clearer one, less defended, less burdened, and quietly stronger. As the mind learns to soften and resistance fades, one final habit completes the night. It is the most radical and the most freeing. The Stoics practiced letting the world end every night, not in despair, not in drama, but in quiet acceptance. When this practice was understood, sleep stopped being an escape and became a clean ending. During the day, the world feels continuous. Problems roll forward. Responsibilities stack. Stories about who we are and where we are going stretch endlessly. The mind assumes everything must be carried into tomorrow. This assumption is exhausting. The Stoics challenged it directly. Each night, they treated the day as complete, finished, gone. Letting the world end did not mean giving up on life. It meant releasing the illusion of continuity. The Stoics believed that clinging to unfinished narratives is what keeps the mind awake. When the mind believes the world must keep running inside it, rest becomes impossible. They reminded themselves that night interrupts everything. Power pauses, status dissolves, plans stop mattering for a few hours. Nature enforces this whether the mind agrees or not. The Stoics chose to agree. This agreement removed struggle. They practiced seeing each night as a small death, not a fearful one, but a natural one. Just as sleep temporarily dissolves consciousness, letting the world end dissolved mental attachment. If the world can end for the night, then nothing needs guarding, nothing needs fixing, nothing needs defending. This practice relieved pressure in a way no distraction could. Instead of carrying the weight of tomorrow, they placed it down deliberately. The mind rested because it was no longer responsible for continuity. Tomorrow was allowed to arrive on its own. They also understood that many worries survive only because they are constantly revisited. By letting the world end, they cut off that supply. A problem not carried overnight often returned smaller, clearer, or not at all. The mind gained perspective simply by letting time pass without engagement. Letting the world end also weakened fear. Fear depends on imagined futures. If the future is released for the night, fear loses ground. The Stoics were not naive about danger, but they refused to keep fear alive when action was impossible. Night was not for vigilance. It was for surrender. They also released hope in the same way. Hope keeps the mind leaning forward. Letting the world end removed the need for reassurance. Nothing had to improve tonight. Nothing had to resolve. This allowed peace without conditions. This practice required trust in reality. Trust that the world would continue without constant mental supervision. Trust that problems could wait. Trust that the self did not need to exist continuously to be valid. These trusts calmed the nervous system deeply. They also practiced releasing identity completely at this point. Not just roles, but personal narratives. Success, failure, progress, delay. These stories ended with the day. Sleep became a return to neutrality, where nothing was defined. Letting the world end also freed the mind from meaning-making at night. Many people exhaust themselves trying to interpret their lives before sleep. The Stoics postponed meaning. Meaning belongs to reflection, not rest. Night was not for understanding life. It was for letting life be. They did not dramatize this ending. No emotional rituals, no heavy thoughts. Just a quiet acknowledgement. This day is complete. That sentence carried enormous power. Completion is restful. Continuation is tiring. Over time, this practice changed how they lived during the day. Knowing the world would end at night reduced urgency. It encouraged focus. It made presence easier. Life felt lighter because nothing had to be carried endlessly. The Stoics believed that each morning was a new beginning only because the night had been a true ending. Without endings, beginnings lose meaning. Without closure, rest loses depth. Modern minds rarely let the world end. Phones keep it alive. Thoughts keep it running. The Stoic practice restored balance. Night was not a weaker version of day, it was its counterpart. When the world is allowed to end each night, sleep becomes deeper. Dreams become quieter. The mind resets naturally. Waking feels less heavy because yesterday is not dragging behind it. This practice did not make the Stoics indifferent. It made them resilient. By releasing everything nightly, they learned how little was truly required to be at peace. And so, when the lights faded and the world grew quiet, they let it go completely. No resistance, no holding on, just rest. In doing so, they discovered something rare. When you let the world end every night, you wake up free to meet it again, without fear, without hope, and without exhaustion. When the world is finally allowed to end, something subtle remains. Not tasks, not worries, but judgments. Quiet conclusions the mind makes before sleep. These judgments do not feel important, yet they shape the inner posture with which you wake. The Stoics understood that tomorrow's mental strength is quietly decided in the final moments of today. A judgment is not a thought that passes through the mind. It is a thought the mind agrees with. Today was a failure. I'm falling behind. This will never change. These sentences are not loud, but they settle deep. When accepted before sleep, they become instructions. The mind carries them into rest and builds tomorrow around them. The Stoics believe the mind is most impressionable before sleep, not because it is weak, but because it is open. Defenses are down. The need to perform has faded. What remains feels true simply because it is unchallenged. This is why careless judgments at night weaken the mind, and careful ones strengthen it. Mental strength to the Stoics was not motivation or intensity. It was steadiness, the ability to meet the day without inner collapse. This steadiness depended on how the mind framed yesterday. If yesterday ended in self-blame, the mind woke defensive. If yesterday ended in clarity, the mind woke ready. They trained themselves to watch their final judgments closely. Not to lie to themselves, but to be precise. Vague judgments drain strength. Everything went wrong creates helplessness. Clear judgments restore balance. This went poorly, and this was outside my control, removes emotional excess. They avoided judging the entire self based on a single day. This was critical. Many people weaken themselves by turning daily events into identity statements. I am failing. I am not enough. The Stoics rejected this. A day was an event, not a verdict. By separating behavior from identity, they preserved inner stability. They also avoided emotional summaries. Ending the day with, "I feel terrible," left the mind undefined and heavy. Instead, they named facts. I was tired. I reacted impatiently. Facts do not attack the self, they inform it. This distinction protected mental strength. Pre-sleep judgments also shaped confidence. Confidence is not built by praise, but by trust. The Stoics asked one simple question at night. Did I act according to my principles as best I could today? If the answer was yes, even partially, the mind rested in quiet confidence. If not, the failure was noted without despair. Either way, clarity replaced self-doubt. They understood that harsh self-judgment before sleep weakened the next day. A mind that wakes already condemned must fight itself before facing the world. Strength leaks before effort even begins. The Stoics saw self-cruelty as unnecessary resistance. They also avoided idealizing tomorrow. Judgments like "tomorrow must be better" placed pressure on the future. Pressure weakens flexibility. The Stoics preferred neutral readiness. Tomorrow will arrive, and I will meet it. This preserved strength without expectation. Another key practice was suspending judgment entirely when clarity was unavailable. Fatigue distorts perception. The Stoics knew that tired minds judge poorly. If emotions were high, they postponed conclusions. This will be reviewed when rested. This prevented distorted beliefs from setting overnight. They also avoided judging others before sleep. Resentment drains strength. Carrying blame into rest keeps the nervous system alert. By releasing judgment of others, they freed mental energy for themselves. The Stoics believed mental strength grows when the mind trusts its own fairness. Fair judgment builds inner authority. Biased judgment erodes it. Night was where this fairness was practiced most carefully. They also understood that the last judgment becomes the first tone of the morning. The mind wakes, continuing the sentence it ended with. Ending with acceptance produced calm. Ending with accusation produced tension. This is why they valued restraint at night. Not emotional suppression, but judgment restraint. Fewer conclusions, fewer stories. The simpler the ending, the stronger the beginning. Mental strength to them was cumulative. Each night either restored it or depleted it. The difference was often one sentence silently believed before sleep. They did not aim to feel good. They aimed to feel grounded. Grounded minds wake resilient. They respond instead of react. Modern minds often end the day scrolling, consuming opinions, absorbing judgments that are not their own. The Stoics ended the day choosing their final judgment consciously. When pre-sleep judgments are clear, fair, and limited, the mind rests without conflict. It wakes without inner resistance. Strength returns naturally. And so the Stoics guarded the final moments of the day carefully, not because they were fragile, but because they understood something enduring. The mind you fall asleep with is the mind you wake up with. And strength begins there. As judgments soften and the mind no longer condemns or pressures itself, another habit quietly becomes possible. The urge to manage everything begins to loosen. This is where the Stoics placed one of their most important boundaries. At dusk, control was released, not abandoned forever, but set down until morning. During the day, control feels necessary. Decisions must be made. Outcomes must be influenced. Effort has a place. But the Stoics believed control has a time limit. When carried past sunset, it turns into tension. The mind keeps reaching for levers that no longer move anything. This reaching is exhausting. They noticed that most nighttime anxiety comes from trying to control what is no longer available to control. Conversations that already happened, events that cannot be changed, futures that cannot be predicted tonight. The Stoic technique was simple but disciplined. When the light fades, control ends. This was not passive resignation, it was intelligent timing. The Stoics separated responsibility from rumination. Responsibility belongs to action. Rumination belongs to fear. At dusk, action ends. Therefore, rumination becomes unnecessary. They practiced this release deliberately. As evening approached, they reminded themselves of a core Stoic principle. Some things are up to us, and some things are not. What was up to them had already been handled as well as possible that day. What was not up to them never belonged to them in the first place. This clarity allowed the hands of the mind to open. One Stoic who emphasized this deeply was Epictetus. He taught that peace comes from placing effort only where it belongs. Dusk was the moment to check that boundary. If something could not be influenced now, it was released. Releasing control at dusk also calmed the nervous system. Control requires vigilance. Vigilance keeps the body alert. When the mind sends the signal that control is no longer required, the body follows. Muscles soften. Breathing deepens. Rest becomes possible without force. Many people fear releasing control because they confuse it with irresponsibility. The Stoics rejected this fear. They believed true responsibility included knowing when to stop. A mind that never rests from control eventually loses effectiveness. Releasing control protected clarity. They also understood that control feeds illusion. The illusion that thinking longer will change outcomes. The illusion that worry equals preparation. At dusk, these illusions were exposed. The Stoics reminded themselves that thought without action changes nothing. This truth ended pointless mental effort. Another part of this technique was trusting tomorrow, not hoping tomorrow would be better, but trusting that tomorrow would offer fresh perspective. Control was released because it could be resumed later, with clearer judgment. This trust reduced urgency. They practiced physical cues to support mental release. As the environment darkened, they allowed the inner world to darken as well. Less stimulation, less engagement, fewer decisions. These signals trained the mind to recognize the transition. Releasing control also meant letting others be. Many people carry the burden of managing others' behavior mentally at night, replaying interactions, planning corrections. The Stoics saw this as misplaced control. At dusk, other people's choices were returned to them. This freed enormous mental energy. They also released control over self-image. During the day, reputation matters. At night, it does not. The Stoics let go of how they were seen. This removed self-monitoring. Without self-monitoring, the mind rested more deeply. Importantly, this release was not dramatic. No emotional declarations, just quiet acknowledgement. This is no longer mine to carry tonight. Repetition of this simple boundary trained the mind over time. They accepted that discomfort might arise at first. Control is a habit. Letting it go feels unfamiliar. But the Stoics trusted that peace followed discipline, not indulgence. With practice, release became natural. Releasing control at dusk also reduced the need for reassurance. Control-seeking often hides insecurity. By releasing control, they accepted uncertainty without panic. This acceptance stabilized the inner world. They did not try to control sleep either. Sleep arrives when resistance ends. Trying to control rest creates the opposite effect. The Stoics let rest come on its own. This technique changed how the night felt. Instead of being a continuation of effort, night became a different mode of being. The mind was allowed to stand down. Nothing was being neglected. Order was being respected. Over time, this practice created trust in life's rhythm. Action by day, release by night. This rhythm protected mental strength and prevented burnout. When control is released at dusk, the mind stops gripping the world, and when the grip loosens, rest deepens naturally. This prepares the inner ground for the next practice, the art of meeting night, not as an ending to fear, but as a space where acceptance completes what effort began. As control is released and the mind stops gripping the world, anxiety sometimes rises instead of fading. This confuses many people. They think something is going wrong. The Stoics saw it differently. To them, night anxiety was not an enemy. It was a signal, a message pointing to attachments that had never been examined. During the day, attachments hide behind activity. You move, respond, distract, and manage. There is little space for them to speak. At night, when effort ends and silence arrives, attachments lose their cover. Anxiety appears not because danger has increased, but because the mind is finally quiet enough to hear what it has been holding on to. An attachment, in the Stoic sense, is not love or care. It is dependence, the belief that peace depends on something outside your control. Approval, outcomes, certainty, control. When these attachments are active, the mind stays alert, even in bed. It feels responsible for protecting what it cannot actually protect. Night anxiety often forms around the same themes: fear of losing something, fear of failing, fear of being exposed. These fears are not random. They point directly to what the mind is clinging to. The Stoics believed anxiety was diagnostic. It showed where freedom was missing. They taught that the mind becomes anxious when it mistakes preference for necessity. Wanting something is natural. Needing it for peace is not. At night, when there is no action available, the mind realizes it cannot secure what it believes it needs. This gap creates tension. The Stoics did not try to calm anxiety immediately. They listened to it. They asked what belief was underneath it. What am I afraid to lose? What outcome am I depending on? These questions were not asked to solve the fear, but to reveal the attachment feeding it. Many attachments form quietly over time. A role becomes identity. A goal becomes worth. A relationship becomes safety. During the day, these attachments feel motivating. At night, they feel threatening. The Stoics understood that motivation built on attachment always turns into anxiety when control disappears. Night anxiety also increases because the mind anticipates exposure. Without distractions, it must face its own beliefs. If those beliefs are rigid, fear follows. The Stoics believed flexibility was the cure, not changing circumstances, but loosening dependence on them. They practiced reminding themselves that nothing external could guarantee peace. This was not pessimism, it was liberation. When peace is no longer tied to outcomes, anxiety loses leverage. The mind stops guarding imaginary futures. Another source of night anxiety is attachment to self-image. During the day, image is reinforced by feedback. At night, the image stands alone. Doubts surface. Am I enough? Am I doing well? These questions arise because the mind has attached worth to performance. The Stoics worked to separate worth from results. They believed character was enough, effort was enough, intention was enough. When the mind accepted this, anxiety softened. There was nothing left to prove in the dark. Night anxiety also reveals attachment to certainty. Many people feel uneasy because they do not know what will happen. The Stoics accepted uncertainty as a condition of life. Anxiety came from resisting this condition. By accepting uncertainty, the mind stopped fighting reality. They did not tell themselves comforting stories. Comfort can hide attachment. Instead, they told themselves truthful ones. This is uncertain. This is not fully in my control. These statements reduced anxiety by removing false expectations. The Stoics also noticed that night anxiety often spikes when attachments conflict. Wanting rest while needing control, wanting peace while needing reassurance. These conflicts exhaust the mind. By identifying the attachment, the conflict could be resolved through release. They practiced releasing one attachment at a time, not all at once. Night by night, anxiety reduced gradually as dependence weakened. Importantly, they did not judge themselves for having attachments. Attachment was seen as human. The work was not self-criticism, but awareness. Awareness alone reduced attachment's grip. They also avoided labeling anxiety as failure. Anxiety was information. When treated as information, it guided growth. When treated as danger, it multiplied. Night anxiety fades not when it is fought, but when its message is understood. Once the attachment is seen clearly, the mind relaxes. It no longer needs to warn. The Stoics trusted this process. They knew that peace came from alignment, not suppression. Night anxiety was part of alignment, a signal pointing to where freedom could be reclaimed. As attachments loosen, anxiety loses its job. The night becomes quieter, not because fears vanished, but because dependence did. The mind no longer needed to guard what it never truly controlled. And with that understanding, the night transformed again. It was no longer a threat exposing weakness, but a guide revealing where strength was waiting to be reclaimed. As attachments become visible and anxiety loses its mystery, the mind reaches a point where effort is no longer helpful. This is where many people turn to techniques, breathing patterns, or mental exercises. The Stoics chose something different. They used detachment as a sleep aid, not meditation, not relaxation. Detachment. Stoic detachment was not emotional distance or coldness. It was clarity about ownership, what belongs to you and what does not. The Stoics believed sleep comes naturally when the mind stops claiming responsibility for what it cannot control. Detachment was how they made that happen. Meditation often asks the mind to focus. Detachment asks the mind to release. This difference matters at night. Focusing still uses effort. Releasing ends it. The Stoics knew the mind does not fall asleep by doing more. It falls asleep when it stops doing. They practiced detachment by gently separating themselves from outcomes, not pushing thoughts away, but stepping back from them. This thought exists, but it is not me. That single shift removed identification. A thought without identification loses power. Powerless thoughts do not disturb rest. They did not sit and watch the breath or repeat phrases. Instead, they withdrew mental ownership. Problems were acknowledged, then returned to the world. Emotions were felt, then allowed to pass without commentary. This reduced stimulation naturally. Stoic detachment worked because it addressed the root of wakefulness. The mind stays awake when it feels responsible. Responsible for fixing, responsible for predicting, responsible for protecting. Detachment removed that responsibility without denial. One Stoic who expressed this clearly was Epictetus. He taught that peace comes from focusing only on what is within your control. At night, almost nothing is. This realization allowed the mind to stand down. They practiced detachment from thoughts about the future. The future cannot be influenced while lying in bed. Detachment made this obvious. Thoughts about tomorrow were treated as misplaced. Not wrong, just mistimed. They also detached from emotional narratives. Instead of replaying events with judgment, they viewed them as completed actions. No commentary, no re-editing. Once the story ended, it ended. Stoic detachment also involved letting go of the need to understand everything before sleep. Many people believe clarity must come before rest. The Stoics believed rest creates clarity. Detachment allowed the mind to accept incomplete understanding. This approach reduced pressure around sleep itself. Trying to sleep is still effort. Detachment removed the goal. Sleep was allowed to happen, not demanded. The mind relaxed because nothing was being chased. They detached from identity as well. At night, they were not leaders, workers, or thinkers. They were simply living beings at rest. This removal of self-concept reduced internal monitoring. Stoic detachment also meant letting go of emotional resistance. Resisting sadness, fear, or uncertainty keeps them active. Detachment allowed emotions to exist without argument. Emotions without resistance settle on their own. They did not label this as a technique. It was a way of seeing that nothing needed immediate attention, seeing that the world would continue without mental supervision. This made detachment powerful as a sleep aid. It worked quietly. No effort, no struggle, just release. Over time, the mind learned this pattern. Night became associated with letting go, not managing. The body followed. Sleep came more easily because the mind stopped interfering. Modern sleep aids try to change the state of the body. Stoic detachment changed the relationship with thought. That change lasted. They also avoided turning detachment into avoidance. Detachment did not mean ignoring life. It meant choosing the right time to engage. Night was not that time. As detachment deepened, the mind stopped treating thoughts as commands. Thoughts became background. Sleep moved forward naturally. Stoic detachment did not require belief. It required honesty, honest recognition of limits, honest release of responsibility. This honesty was calming. It ended the inner debate. When the debate ends, the mind rests. Detachment was not something they did once. It was practiced nightly. Small releases accumulated. Over time, sleep became less fragile. This is why Stoic detachment works as a sleep aid. Not because it relaxes the body directly, but because it removes the mental habits that prevent rest. When nothing is clung to, nothing needs guarding. When nothing needs guarding, the mind can finally let go. And in that letting go, sleep arrives quietly, without instruction, without effort, exactly when resistance ends. As detachment settles and the mind no longer grips thoughts or outcomes, another layer of tension quietly dissolves. It is deeper than anxiety and older than habit. It is the pressure created by forgetting that everything is temporary. The Stoics used mortality contemplation not to darken the mind, but to reset it. Mortality. Contemplation was never about fear of death. It was about clarity about life. The Stoics believed much mental exhaustion comes from treating things as permanent that were never meant to be. Status feels permanent, problems feel permanent, emotions feel permanent. At night, when the world slows, these false permanences press harder on the mind. Mortality, contemplation broke that illusion. They reminded themselves that everything ends, not dramatically, naturally. Days end, roles end, conflicts end, lives end. This reminder reduced urgency. When something is seen as temporary, it loses the power to dominate the mind. The mind relaxes because it no longer needs to hold everything together forever. At night, this practice worked especially well. Darkness already signals an ending. The Stoics used that signal to reflect gently on impermanence, not with panic, but with acceptance. This day has passed. This moment will not return. These thoughts closed mental loops cleanly. Mental reset happens when the mind releases false weight. Mortality contemplation removed the belief that everything must be solved now. If life itself is temporary, then tonight does not need resolution. This perspective softened the inner world. They also used mortality contemplation to reduce ego pressure. Ego thrives on permanence. It wants to be remembered, validated, secured. Remembering mortality shrinks the ego naturally. When the ego shrinks, the mind rests. There is less to defend. One Stoic who returned to this often was Marcus Aurelius. He reminded himself that emperors, servants, victories and failures all disappear into the same silence. This was not meant to make life meaningless. It made it lighter. At night, this lightness mattered. Many thoughts that disturb sleep gain power from importance. Mortality contemplation reduced importance without dismissing value. Things still mattered, but not infinitely. This distinction calmed the mind. They also used this practice to forgive. Grudges feel smaller when time is considered. Arguments feel less urgent. Resentment loses energy. Mortality shifts focus from winning to peace. Peace allows rest. Another role of mortality contemplation was prioritization. When the mind remembers that time is limited, it stops obsessing over trivial issues. At night, this helps the mind drop thoughts that do not deserve space. Not everything needs attention. This realization clears mental clutter. The Stoics did not dwell on death emotionally. They did not visualize loss or suffering. They simply acknowledged finiteness. This acknowledgement grounded the mind. It returned attention to what was real now, instead of imagined futures. Mortality contemplation also reduced fear of sleep itself. Sleep resembles death in one way, loss of control. By accepting mortality, the Stoics accepted this loss more easily. Sleep felt less threatening. Surrender became familiar. They believed that remembering death made life more honest. Honesty reduced inner conflict. Inner conflict keeps the mind awake. When conflict fades, rest follows. This practice also reduced attachment to outcomes. If life itself is uncertain, then outcomes cannot be guaranteed. Accepting this reduced pressure. The mind stopped rehearsing futures that could never be fully controlled. Mortality. Contemplation reset the mind by placing problems in context. Context reduces intensity. Intensity keeps the nervous system alert. Reduced intensity allows the system to power down. They also used mortality contemplation to end the day cleanly. If this were the last night, what would need worrying about? The answer was usually very little. This realization was calming, not sad. Over time, this practice created emotional maturity. The mind stopped exaggerating. It became steadier. Night became less dramatic. Modern minds avoid mortality because it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics embraced it because it was clarifying. Avoidance keeps tension alive. Acceptance releases it. Mortality contemplation did not remove ambition or care. It refined them. Effort became focused. Rest became easier. At night, this meant the mind could let go completely. Nothing needed to be held overnight. Everything was temporary anyway. This is how mortality contemplation became a mental reset, not by frightening the mind, but by freeing it from false permanence. As this understanding deepened, the night stopped feeling heavy. It became spacious, calm, honest. And from that honesty, the mind rested not because it escaped life, but because it finally saw life clearly, without exaggeration, without fear, and without unnecessary weight. As mortality places everything back into proportion, the mind no longer feels crowded by urgency. At this point, many people would try to relax. They would chase comfort, softness, or distraction. The Stoics did something that looks strange from the outside. They never tried to relax at all. To them, trying to relax was already a form of tension. Effort aimed at relaxation is still effort. Wanting calm creates pressure. The mind turns rest into a task. The Stoics noticed that the harder people tried to relax, the more restless they became. So they chose a different path. They did not pursue relaxation. They pursued order. Relaxation focuses on sensation. Order focuses on alignment. The Stoics believed the mind becomes calm, not when it feels good, but when it stops resisting reality. Resistance is exhausting. Remove resistance, and calm appears on its own. They saw relaxation as unreliable because it depends on conditions: quiet music, comfort, safety, time. When those conditions disappear, relaxation collapses. Stoic calm did not depend on conditions. It came from clarity. Clarity could exist anywhere, even in difficulty. This is why Stoics did not distract themselves to unwind. Distraction postpones tension. It does not resolve it. When distraction ends, the mind returns to the same unrest. The Stoics wanted lasting steadiness, not temporary relief. They also noticed that the desire to relax often hid avoidance. Avoidance of thoughts, avoidance of responsibility, avoidance of truth. Avoidance keeps the mind divided. Division prevents rest. The Stoics believed peace required facing reality, not escaping it. Instead of relaxing, they practiced acceptance. Acceptance is not passive. It is active agreement with what is. When the mind stops arguing with facts, energy stops leaking. The nervous system settles without being instructed to. They also rejected the idea of unwinding. To unwind implies the mind has been wound too tightly. The Stoics asked a deeper question: why is the mind wound up in the first place? The answer was attachment, false urgency, and inner conflict. Solve those, and there is nothing to unwind. One Stoic who spoke directly to this was Epictetus. He taught that distress comes not from events, but from judgments about them. If judgments are corrected, distress disappears. No relaxation required. They also understood that relaxation often becomes indulgence, overeating, excess comfort, numbing habits. These dull the mind temporarily, but weaken it over time. The Stoics valued clarity more than comfort. Clarity produced deeper rest. At night, this distinction mattered even more. Trying to relax before sleep keeps attention focused on the body and mind. Am I calm yet? This monitoring keeps the system alert. The Stoics avoided this trap. They did not check their state. They trusted the process. They focused on releasing what caused tension rather than chasing calm. Release of control, release of judgment, release of attachment. Each release removed a layer of strain. Calm emerged naturally when nothing remained to resist. They also understood that relaxation is emotional, while rest is structural. Emotions fluctuate. Structure endures. Stoic practices reshape the structure of the mind. Once reshaped, calm became the default. This is why they could be at ease without feeling relaxed in the modern sense. Their calm was quiet, steady, and grounded. Not pleasant excitement, not softness, just absence of conflict. They also avoided labeling discomfort as a problem. Discomfort often signals growth or honesty. Trying to relax it away interrupts understanding. The Stoics allowed mild discomfort to exist without reaction. This reduced its intensity over time. They believed that true rest came from integrity. When actions aligned with values, the mind rested easily. When actions conflicted with values, no amount of relaxation could help. Night was when this truth became obvious. The Stoics did not lie to themselves to feel better. They preferred to be at peace with reality as it was. This honesty removed internal friction. Internal friction is what most people mistake for stress. They also knew that calm could not be summoned on command. It arrives when conditions are right. Their work was to create those conditions through reason, acceptance, and restraint. This approach made sleep simpler. They did not try to feel sleepy. They removed what kept them awake. When nothing remained to argue with, the mind settled. Modern culture teaches people to relax as a solution. The Stoics taught people to live in a way that made relaxation unnecessary. Calm was a byproduct, not a goal. By the time night arrived, there was nothing to escape from, nothing to numb, nothing to soothe. The mind was already aligned. And when alignment is present, rest does not need to be chased. It arrives quietly, without effort, without instruction, and without the tension of trying to relax at all. As the need to relax disappears, another hidden source of exhaustion comes into focus. It is quieter than anxiety and more subtle than fear. It sounds almost reasonable, the thought that tomorrow must be different. This single expectation drains more energy than most struggles, and the Stoics were careful to release it before nightfall. Wanting tomorrow to be different seems harmless. It feels hopeful. It feels productive. But at night, it becomes a weight. The mind leans forward, rehearsing improvement, correction, escape. Sleep becomes a waiting room for a better future. The Stoics noticed that this forward-leaning posture keeps the mind alert. A mind that is waiting cannot rest. Exhaustion comes not from effort alone, but from postponement of peace. When peace is delayed until tomorrow, the present moment becomes insufficient. The Stoics believed this belief quietly poisons rest. If tonight is only a bridge to something better, then tonight has no value. The mind resists settling in a place it does not respect. They understood that wanting tomorrow to be different often hides dissatisfaction with now. This dissatisfaction creates inner friction. Friction consumes energy even when nothing is happening. The body lies still, but the mind strains toward a future version of reality that does not yet exist. The Stoics did not reject improvement, they rejected urgency. Improvement belongs to action, urgency belongs to fear. At night, there is no action available. Carrying urgency into sleep wastes energy without producing change. They observed that the mind creates exhaustion by constantly measuring the present against an imagined future. It should be better. I should be further along. These comparisons never end. At night, they intensify because there is no distraction to interrupt them. The Stoics practiced ending the day without demanding progress. Progress was assessed honestly, then released. They believed that growth required rest, not pressure. A mind that sleeps under pressure wakes resistant. They also noticed that wanting tomorrow to be different keeps the mind in negotiation mode. Negotiation is mental work. If I sleep now, tomorrow will improve. If tomorrow improves, I'll finally relax. This chain never resolves. Peace becomes conditional. The Stoic alternative was radical acceptance of the present moment as complete. Not perfect, complete. This distinction mattered. Complete means nothing is missing that must be added tonight. The day has happened. It cannot be changed. This acceptance freed the mind from future bargaining. They also understood that the future is imagined with today's fatigue. A tired mind predicts poorly. Wanting tomorrow to be different often comes from exhaustion, not clarity. The Stoics trusted that perspective improves with rest. They postponed conclusions about life direction until the mind was rested. Another reason this desire causes exhaustion is because it creates self-pressure. Wanting tomorrow to be different often includes wanting oneself to be different. Better, stronger, calmer. This turns sleep into preparation for self-improvement. Preparation keeps the nervous system active. The Stoics separated self-worth from daily change. They believed worth was not earned through progress. By removing this pressure, the mind rested without self-monitoring. They also rejected the idea that a single night stands between failure and success. This belief makes rest feel risky. If I don't fix this now, everything continues. The Stoics saw this as illusion. Life unfolds over time. One night changes nothing, and that is precisely why it can be released. They practiced gratitude without comparison. Gratitude that does not say, "At least it's not worse," or "Soon it will be better." Simple acknowledgement of what is. This grounded the mind in reality, not aspiration. Wanting tomorrow to be different also keeps the mind attached to control. Change implies management. Management requires vigilance. At night, vigilance is unnecessary. The Stoics released the need to steer the future while lying down. They believed rest itself was an act of wisdom. A rested mind sees possibilities clearly. An exhausted mind demands change blindly. By resting without expectation, they protected clarity. They also avoided setting emotional goals for tomorrow. Emotional goals create pressure. I must feel better. I must be calmer. The Stoics allowed emotions to shift naturally. Forcing emotional change drains energy. This practice changed how mornings felt. They woke without disappointment, without hope tension, just readiness. Readiness is lighter than expectation. Modern minds often end the day dissatisfied, projecting relief into tomorrow. The Stoics ended the day complete. Completion restores energy. Projection drains it. They did not deny that change might come. They simply refused to demand it overnight. This refusal allowed the mind to settle fully. When the desire for tomorrow to be different is released, the present moment becomes sufficient for rest. Sleep no longer waits for improvement. It happens because nothing is resisting now.
This is why the Stoics slept with steadiness, not because their lives were easy, but because they did not ask the night to fix the future.
By letting tomorrow arrive on its own, they reclaimed energy that anticipation had been stealing. And with that energy returned, the mind rested deeply, not as a pause before change, but as a return to balance itself. As the need for tomorrow to be different finally loosens, the mind enters a quieter space. This is the moment many people rush to escape. They reach for distraction, noise, or sleep as fast as possible. The Stoics stayed, because they knew something important happens here. Nighttime is where self-deception breaks, if you let it. During the day, self-deception survives easily. Activity protects it. Roles hide it. Speed covers it. You tell yourself stories to keep moving. I'm fine. This doesn't bother me. I'll deal with it later. These stories are not lies meant to harm. They are shields meant to function. The Stoics understood this. They did not judge daytime self-deception. They expected it. Night is different. When movement stops, the shields weaken. There is no performance to maintain, no urgency to hide behind. The mind no longer needs useful stories. What remains is what is true enough to stay when nothing else is happening. This is why nighttime thoughts feel more honest and more uncomfortable. The mind is not suddenly cruel. It is finally quiet enough to notice contradictions, where values and actions didn't align, where avoidance replaced courage, where attachment disguised itself as reason. The Stoics believed this discomfort was not a problem. It was an opportunity. Self-deception cannot survive stillness. It needs noise. When the night removes noise, truth surfaces naturally, but only if you let it. Most people don't. They immediately distract themselves. They scroll, they numb, they force sleep. They treat the discomfort as danger. The Stoics treated it as information. They stayed present without reacting. This is what allowed self-deception to dissolve instead of harden. They did not interrogate themselves aggressively. That creates defensiveness. Defensiveness rebuilds self-deception. Instead, they observed gently. Why does this thought keep returning? Why does this memory feel unresolved? Questions without accusation. Nighttime reveals not what is wrong, but what is unfinished. Self-deception exists to postpone uncomfortable truths. At night, postponement loses its purpose. There is nothing to protect anymore. The Stoics noticed that many false beliefs collapse on their own when examined quietly. Beliefs like, I have no choice. I must keep going like this. This defines me. In silence, these beliefs lose certainty. They begin to look like habits instead of facts. They also understood that the ego resists truth more during the day. Ego is busy maintaining coherence. At night, ego relaxes. Without ego defending the narrative, cracks appear. The Stoics did not rush to repair those cracks. They allowed them to exist. This allowance mattered. When self-deception breaks, it can feel like loss of control. The Stoics trusted that clarity was safer than illusion. Even when clarity hurt briefly, it reduced long-term exhaustion. They also avoided turning nighttime honesty into self-attack. Truth without compassion becomes cruelty. Cruelty rebuilds defense. Defense restores self-deception. The Stoics walked a narrow line, honest but not harsh. They believed the goal was not to expose every flaw, but to remove false explanations. Once false explanations fell away, the mind relaxed. Much exhaustion comes from maintaining stories that don't fully fit. Nighttime honesty also revealed misplaced effort, where energy was spent on appearances instead of values, where fear disguised itself as planning. Seeing this clearly reduced wasted effort the next day. Importantly, the Stoics did not demand immediate change from nighttime insight. Insight without pressure is freeing. Pressure recreates resistance. They allowed understanding to settle without forcing resolution. They also recognized that not every nighttime thought was truth. Fatigue distorts perception. The Stoics filtered insight through reason, not emotion. If a thought felt intense but unclear, it was noted and released. Not every discomfort needed meaning, but when a truth remained calm and consistent, they respected it. Calm truth feels different from anxious thought. Calm truth does not demand urgency. It simply exists. Nighttime was where these distinctions became clear. The Stoics trusted the still mind more than the busy one. They also understood that self-deception breaks gradually, not in one night. Small releases accumulated. Each night of honest presence weakened illusion. Over time, this practice made days lighter, less pretending, less justification, less inner conflict. The mind no longer had to protect stories that no longer fit. Modern life avoids this moment because it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics valued it because it was liberating. Freedom begins where illusion ends. Nighttime is not cruel. It is precise. It removes what is unnecessary. What remains is simpler, quieter, and closer to truth. If you let the night speak without interruption, self-deception does not attack you. It dissolves, and when illusion dissolves, effort decreases. This is why the Stoics did not fear nighttime honesty. They welcomed it, because a mind that no longer has to lie to itself carries far less weight into rest. And when that weight drops, sleep becomes deeper, not because problems vanished, but because truth no longer needed defending. As self-deception loosens and the mind stops defending old stories, another pattern often becomes visible. The thoughts may slow, but something still feels wrong. The mind races, yet the body feels oddly shallow. This is the racing mind that isn't breathing. The Stoics noticed this long before modern language described it, and they offered a cure that did not involve techniques or control. A racing mind is not always fast because of ideas. Often, it races because the body is stuck in tension. When breathing becomes shallow, the nervous system stays alert. The mind follows the body's signal. It scans, reacts, and loops. The Stoics understood that thought does not exist alone. It rides on the state of the body. They noticed that when people are anxious at night, their breath is often tight, held, or barely moving. Not intentionally, habitually. This shallow breathing tells the body that something is wrong. The body then keeps the mind awake to watch for danger. The mind obeys. The Stoics did not try to slow the breath directly. Trying to control breathing is still control. Control keeps vigilance alive. Instead, they focused on removing the inner cause that restricted breathing in the first place. They believed the breath tightens when the mind feels responsible for something it cannot handle right now. Fear, unfinished business, attachment, control. When these are present, the body braces. The breath shortens to prepare for action. At night, there is no action. The brace remains without release. The Stoic cure was release of inner demand. When the mind stops demanding readiness, the body stops bracing. When the body stops bracing, the breath deepens on its own. The mind then follows. They practice this by reminding themselves of one simple truth: nothing requires response right now, not tonight. This sentence did more for breathing than any technique. When the body hears that no response is needed, it stands down. They also trained themselves to notice the quality of attention. Racing thoughts are often paired with narrow attention. The mind fixates on one worry, one memory, one imagined future. This narrow focus restricts breathing. The Stoics widened attention gently, not by forcing awareness, but by releasing fixation. They would remind themselves that the world was larger than the thought in front of them, larger than the fear, larger than the moment. This expansion loosened the inner grip. Breathing followed. One Stoic who spoke indirectly to this was Epictetus. He taught that disturbance comes from believing something urgent is at stake. When urgency is questioned, disturbance fades. At night, urgency is almost always imagined. The Stoics did not chase calm breathing. Calm breathing appeared when the mind stopped issuing silent commands. Commands like, "Be ready," "Don't fail," "Don't miss this." These commands keep the breath shallow. They also noticed that racing thoughts often appear when emotions are unacknowledged. Suppressed emotion tightens the body. Tight body fuels restless thought. The Stoics allowed emotion to be felt briefly without interpretation. Feeling without commentary released physical tension. They did not label this emotional release as therapy. It was honesty. When emotion was allowed to exist without resistance, the body softened. The breath deepened. The mind slowed. Another cause of the racing, breathless mind is anticipation. Anticipation leans forward. The body prepares. The Stoics trained themselves to return to now, not through effort, but through acceptance. This moment requires nothing. This statement relaxed the chest more effectively than focus exercises. They also avoided lying flat with mental engagement. They respected posture. Lying down was a signal of surrender. If the mind refused to surrender, they addressed the belief causing resistance, not the symptom. They understood that the mind does not need to be silenced. It needs to be reassured. Reassurance comes from truth, not from calming words. Truth like, "I am safe enough to rest," or "Nothing depends on me right now." The Stoics trusted the body's intelligence. When inner conflict ends, the body knows how to breathe. When breathing returns to rhythm, the mind follows. They also avoided diagnosing themselves at night. "Why am I like this?" is still thinking. Diagnosis keeps attention tight. The Stoics favored release over explanation at night. They knew that racing thoughts are not an enemy. They are a signal that something is being held too tightly. Once the grip loosens, the signal fades. This cure worked because it addressed the cause, not the symptom. The mind was not racing randomly. It was responding to a false demand for readiness. When that demand ended, the body exhaled fully, often without conscious effort. That exhale was the turning point. Thoughts lost momentum. Silence expanded naturally. Over time, the Stoics trained their minds to associate night with safety, not vigilance. Safety allowed breathing. Breathing allowed rest. Modern advice often tells people to breathe to calm the mind. The Stoics reversed this. Calm the belief. The breath will follow. When the mind no longer feels it must be on guard, it stops racing. When the breath deepens naturally, the body enters rest. This is why the Stoic cure is quiet and indirect. No counting, No forcing, no chasing calm, just release what was never needed at night. And when the body finally realizes it is allowed to stand down, the mind follows it into stillness, without effort, without struggle, and without the exhausting loop of racing thoughts that never learned how to breathe. As the breath returns to its natural rhythm and the racing mind finally slows, a deeper layer of recovery begins. It is no longer about thoughts or tension, but about what the day has quietly taught the nervous system. Every interaction, every demand, every reaction leaves an imprint. By night, the mind may be quiet, but the emotions are still conditioned. The Stoics knew that if this conditioning was not undone, tomorrow would begin already biased, already tense. Emotional conditioning happens without permission. The body learns from repetition. A harsh conversation teaches vigilance. Praise teaches dependence. Stress teaches urgency. None of this is chosen consciously. It is absorbed. The Stoics understood that rest without emotional reset only pauses fatigue. It does not restore clarity. They believed night was the only time conditioning could be undone safely. During the day, emotions are tied to action. At night, action ends. This separation allows the emotional system to be retrained without pressure. The Stoics did not try to suppress emotions. Suppression strengthens conditioning. What is pushed down returns louder. Instead, they allowed emotions to surface gently in stillness, not to relive them, but to see them clearly without reacting. They understood that emotion fades when it is not reinforced. During the day, emotions are reinforced through repetition and judgment. At night, reinforcement can be removed. When the mind stops replaying the story, the emotion loses energy. They practiced emotional neutrality, not indifference, but balance. They observed what they felt without adding meaning. Anger arose. Tension appeared. Naming without judging stopped the emotion from defining the self. When identity detaches, conditioning weakens. One Stoic who exemplified this was Marcus Aurelius. He wrote at night to remind himself that emotions were impressions, not commands. This reminder prevented emotional carryover. Each day ended cleanly. They also worked to reverse emotional exaggeration. Emotions grow when the mind believes they represent reality fully. The Stoics reminded themselves that emotions are partial signals, not total truth. This reduced their intensity. Night was when they returned emotions to proportion. A difficult interaction became one moment, not a verdict on life. A mistake became feedback, not identity. This reframing softened emotional memory. They avoided reliving the day emotionally. Reliving strengthens conditioning. Instead, they reviewed events with distance. This happened. No drama, no repetition. Facts without emotional coloring allowed the body to relax. The Stoics also released borrowed emotions. Many emotions are absorbed from others. Tension spreads, anger transfers. At night, they consciously returned these emotions. This was not mine to carry. This reduced emotional overload. They understood that emotional conditioning is physical as well as mental. The body remembers stress. By allowing the body to rest without mental stimulation, emotional patterns loosened. Calm breathing, stillness and silence signaled safety. They also avoided stimulating content at night. Stories of conflict, ambition or fear reinforce emotional patterns. The Stoics protected the final state of the mind carefully. What enters the mind before sleep shapes emotional tone. Undoing conditioning also required forgiveness, not moral forgiveness, but release. Holding resentment keeps emotions active. The Stoics practiced letting go not because others deserved it, but because the mind did. They believed emotions left unattended at night hardened into traits. Irritation became impatience. Fear became anxiety. Releasing emotions nightly prevented this crystallization. They also reset emotional expectations. The day trains expectations unconsciously. Night was when expectations were cleared. Tomorrow was not expected to reward or punish. This neutrality stabilized emotional response. The Stoics did not seek emotional numbness. They sought emotional flexibility. A flexible emotional system recovers faster. Night was the recovery window. They noticed that when emotional conditioning was undone, sleep deepened naturally. Dreams softened. The body recovered. The mind woke without emotional hangover. Modern minds often carry emotional residue for years. Stoic night practice prevented accumulation. Each day was processed, then released. This practice changed how emotions felt over time. They became signals, not states, temporary, not defining. The mind stopped fearing them. Undoing emotional conditioning at night also improved daytime behavior. Without emotional residue, reactions were calmer, choices were clearer, energy was conserved. The Stoics believed that a mind trained to release emotion nightly becomes resilient without becoming hardened, soft but stable. Night was not just rest, it was emotional recalibration. Without it, life became reactive. With it, life became deliberate. As conditioning unwinds, the inner world resets. The day no longer dictates the night, and the night no longer drags into the next day. This is how the Stoics used night to undo the day's emotional conditioning, not by controlling emotion, but by releasing it before it could become tomorrow's burden. And when that release becomes a habit, each morning begins lighter, not because nothing was felt, but because nothing unnecessary was carried forward. As emotional conditioning loosens and the inner world resets, one last source of tension often remains. It is quiet, personal, and surprisingly heavy. The conversations that never happened, the words you didn't say, the responses you rehearsed too late. The Stoics noticed that carrying these unspoken conversations to bed quietly drains more mental energy than almost anything else. During the day, unfinished conversations feel manageable. You tell yourself you'll handle them later, you stay polite, you move on. But the mind does not forget them. At night, when there is no action left, these conversations return, not as memories, but as simulations. The mind speaks for both sides. It argues, defends, explains, and justifies. This internal dialogue keeps the nervous system alert. Sleep becomes shallow because the mind is still socially engaged. The Stoics understood that the human mind is deeply social. It seeks resolution with others because unresolved social tension once meant danger. Being misunderstood or excluded had real consequences. At night, the mind replays conversations to protect itself from those ancient threats. The problem is that replaying cannot resolve what is no longer happening. They saw that unspoken conversations cost mental energy because they create the illusion of unfinished business. The mind believes something still needs to be said, but at night, nothing can be said. This gap between impulse and reality creates frustration. Frustration turns into restlessness. The Stoic response was not to suppress these thoughts, but to close them properly. They believed every day needed social closure, even if no conversation took place. Closure did not mean confrontation. It meant acceptance. They asked themselves simple questions. Is this conversation still possible tonight? If the answer was no, the mind was instructed to release it, not because it didn't matter, but because it no longer belonged to now. They also understood that many unspoken conversations are driven by the need to be right or understood. This need keeps the ego active. At night, ego activity prevents rest. The Stoics practiced letting go of the need for immediate understanding. They trusted that clarity could come later or not at all. Another reason these conversations exhaust the mind is repetition. The mind repeats what it cannot complete. Each repetition strengthens the emotional charge. The Stoics broke this loop by refusing to continue the dialogue internally. When the conversation started again, they reminded themselves, "This is not happening now." This simple statement ended the simulation. They also practiced separating intention from outcome. Many unspoken conversations are fueled by regret. I should have said this. Regret drains energy because it tries to rewrite the past. The Stoics accepted that the past cannot be edited. Acceptance closed the loop. They believed honesty with oneself mattered more than imagined honesty with others at night. If something needed to be addressed, it could be planned calmly for another time. Planning is different from rehearsing. Planning is brief and clear. Rehearsing is emotional and endless. The Stoics allowed planning, then stopped. They also noticed that many unspoken conversations were not about others at all. They were about self-judgment. The mind replayed interactions to criticize itself. The Stoics treated this as misplaced cruelty. Night was not the time for self-punishment. They postponed self-evaluation to daylight, when reason was stronger. Another important insight was that silence from others does not require explanation. The mind often fills silence with imagined meaning. They must think. They probably feel. These assumptions keep the conversation alive. The Stoics refused to guess. Guessing creates stories. Stories keep the mind awake. They practiced returning responsibility to others. If someone misunderstood, that was their interpretation. Carrying responsibility for others' thoughts was unnecessary burden. Releasing it freed mental space. The Stoics also understood that not every truth must be spoken. Wisdom includes restraint. At night, they reminded themselves that silence can be a complete response. This reduced the urge to replay conversations seeking perfect expression. Over time, this practice trained the mind to respect timing. Social issues belonged to social time. Night was not social time. This boundary reduced mental leakage. They did not expect to feel relief immediately. Habitual replay takes time to weaken, but each night of refusal reduced the habit's strength. When unspoken conversations were released, the mind became quieter in a new way. Not empty, but unentangled. There was no one to convince, no one to defend against, no audience. Sleep deepened because the mind was no longer performing. Dreams softened because social tension was not carried forward. This also changed daytime interactions. Knowing conversations would not be dragged into the night encouraged clearer boundaries during the day. Less people-pleasing, less suppression, more presence. The Stoics believed that mental peace required social honesty, but also social restraint. Night was the place where restraint protected rest. Modern minds often mistake replay for preparation. The Stoics knew it was exhaustion. Preparation happens when action is possible. Night is for release. By closing unspoken conversations before sleep, They prevented social residue from becoming mental fatigue. The mind no longer had to finish what reality had already paused. And when the inner dialogue finally ended, silence returned. Not forced silence, but the natural quiet that comes when there is nothing left to say. In that quiet, the mind rested deeply, not because every conversation was resolved, but because none of them were being carried where they no longer belonged. As unspoken conversations finally fall silent, something unexpected happens. The mind becomes honest in a way it rarely is during the day. Not harsh, not dramatic, just clear. This is why the Stoics believed night was safer than morning for truth. Morning is full of intention. You wake already preparing to act. The mind gears up to perform, to decide, to protect its image. Truth in the morning is often filtered through usefulness. What helps me move forward? What keeps me strong? What allows me to function? These filters are not lies, but they are not full honesty either. Night removes those filters. At night, there is nothing to prepare for, no role to step into, no immediate demand to meet. The mind no longer needs motivating stories or protective explanations. What remains is closer to what is real. The Stoics trusted this version of the mind more. They noticed that in the morning the ego wakes first. It organizes the day. It selects priorities. It decides what must matter. Ego needs optimism, confidence, and sometimes denial. This makes morning a dangerous time for deep truth. Truth that threatens momentum gets postponed. Night, on the other hand, weakens ego naturally. Darkness removes status. Silence removes comparison. Fatigue removes performance. Without these supports, ego relaxes. When ego relaxes, truth can surface without being distorted. The Stoics did not see this as vulnerability. They saw it as safety. Truth revealed at night was less likely to be used as a weapon against the self. In the morning, harsh truths could turn into pressure. At night they became understanding. They also believed emotions lie less at night. During the day, emotions are influenced by adrenaline, urgency, and social feedback. At night, emotions settle into their baseline. What you feel then is often what remains after stimulation fades. The Stoics trusted these feelings as signals, not commands. This is why they reflected at night instead of in the morning. Reflection in the morning competes with planning. Reflection at night stands alone. The mind is not trying to go anywhere. It can afford to be honest. One Stoic who wrote openly about this was Seneca. He described examining his day at night because that was when self-deception had the least power. He was no longer defending decisions or justifying actions. He could see clearly without needing to act immediately. Night was safer because truth did not demand response. In the morning, truth feels like a task. I must change this. I must fix that. This creates pressure. Pressure distorts truth into self-criticism. At night, truth could exist without urgency. The Stoics also believe that the mind is less attached to outcomes at night. During the day, truth is often evaluated based on its consequences. If this is true, what does it mean for my plans? At night, consequences feel distant. Truth can be acknowledged without fear. They noticed that the mind lies most when it feels threatened. Morning threatens the mind with responsibility. Night offers nothing to defend against. This makes honesty less dangerous. Night was also safer because memory changes with stillness. During the day, memory is selective. The mind remembers what supports the current task. At night, memory becomes more balanced. Both successes and mistakes appear without hierarchy. This balance allowed fair self-assessment. The Stoics did not believe night truth was always pleasant. Sometimes it revealed discomfort, but discomfort without judgment was preferable to comfort built on illusion. Illusion drains energy. Truth restores it. They also understood that truth discovered at night should not always be acted on immediately. Some truths need time. Night allowed them to surface without forcing premature action. Action could wait until reason returned in the morning. This separation protected mental strength. Truth was acknowledged when the mind was calm. Action was taken when the mind was clear. Mixing the two caused burnout. Modern culture often encourages morning affirmations and immediate motivation. The Stoics would have found this risky. Motivation can drown out truth. Night stripped motivation away, leaving honesty intact. They also believed night reduced external influence. No voices, no opinions, no comparisons. Truth formed without interference. This made it more reliable. Another reason night felt safer was because failure felt smaller. When the day ends, failure loses momentum. It no longer threatens performance. Truth about failure becomes information instead of identity. The Stoics trusted this timing deeply. They did not seek truth when the mind was armed. They waited until it was unguarded. This practice changed how they lived. Days became lighter because nights were honest. They did not carry illusions forward. Each day began with fewer lies to maintain. Night truth was not louder, it was quieter. It did not shout accusations, it whispered clarity. The Stoics listened. They did not rush to conclusions. They allowed truth to sit without explanation. This patience made understanding deeper. Morning was for action. Night was for seeing. Mixing them weakened both. This is why the Stoics believed night was safer than morning for truth. Because truth does not need daylight to be real. It needs silence. It needs distance from urgency. It needs a mind that is no longer trying to become something. When truth is met at night, it does not exhaust. It relieves. It does not demand. It clarifies. And when the mind learns to trust nighttime truth, it stops fighting itself. Sleep comes easier. Days become steadier. Life becomes simpler, not because problems disappear, but because illusion no longer survives the dark. As truth becomes clearer in the quiet of night, one final discipline protects the mind from carrying hidden weight into sleep. The Stoics called it emotional accounting, not to judge feelings, not to control them, but to account for them honestly before rest. During the day, emotions are spent quickly. A flash of irritation, a moment of pride, a wave of anxiety. Each one costs energy. When these costs are not noticed, the mind goes to bed overdrawn. Emotional debt remains unpaid, and the nervous system stays alert. The Stoics understood that unexamined emotions do not disappear. They wait. Emotional accounting was their way of closing the books. This practice was not emotional analysis. It was emotional acknowledgement. The Stoics believed emotions weaken when they are seen clearly and briefly. They strengthen when they are ignored or dramatized. Night was the ideal time to see them without reaction. They asked themselves simple questions. What emotions appeared today? Which ones stayed longer than they should have? Which ones were triggered by things outside my control? These questions were not asked to fix emotions, but to name them. Naming creates distance. Distance creates calm. The Stoics did not label emotions as good or bad. Judgment adds weight. They treated emotions like signals that had already done their job. Once the signal was received, it no longer needed attention. They also distinguished between emotions they chose and emotions they absorbed. Many emotions are borrowed: stress from others, anger from conflict, fear from environment. Emotional accounting included returning what was never theirs to carry. This tension did not begin with me. This release lightened the mind immediately. They believed emotional exhaustion often came from emotional confusion. When emotions overlap without clarity, the mind stays active, trying to interpret them. Accounting simplified the inner landscape. Few emotions, clearly named, then released. Another key part of this practice was proportionality. Emotions often outgrow their cause. A small insult creates hours of anger. A brief worry creates long anxiety. The Stoics used night to restore proportion. Was this reaction equal to the event? This question alone reduced emotional intensity. They also recognized that emotions tied to expectation linger longest. Disappointment, frustration, resentment. These emotions came from wanting reality to be different. Emotional accounting helped identify this source. Once expectation was seen, the emotion lost its justification. They did not try to calm emotions directly. Calm comes after understanding. Emotional accounting provided understanding without resistance. When resistance ended, calm followed naturally. The Stoics also practiced self-forgiveness as part of accounting. Not indulgence, but release. Holding guilt overnight keeps the mind alert. Guilt demands correction. At night, correction is impossible. Forgiveness postponed correction until it was useful again. They believed night was not for emotional improvement, but for emotional completion. Improvement belongs to action. Completion belongs to rest. This distinction protected sleep. Emotional accounting also prevented emotional build-up over time. Each day was processed and cleared. Without this practice, emotions stacked quietly. Over weeks and months, this created chronic tension. The Stoics prevented this accumulation through daily closure. They kept this practice brief. Long emotional reflection becomes rumination. Rumination creates new emotion. Accounting ended once clarity was reached. Then silence followed. They also avoided storytelling. No revisiting events dramatically, no justifying reactions, facts only. This happened. I felt this. It is over. This simplicity reduced emotional charge. The Stoics believed that emotions carried into sleep shaped dreams and waking mood. Clearing emotions before rest protected the next day. Mornings became lighter because nights were clean. They also understood that emotional honesty builds trust with oneself. A mind that trusts itself rests easier. There is no fear of suppressed emotion erupting later. Everything has been seen. Modern minds often carry emotional residue unconsciously. The Stoics carried nothing unconsciously. Awareness was their safeguard. Emotional accounting did not make them emotionless. It made them resilient. Emotions were felt fully, then released. Nothing lingered without purpose. This practice also reduced reactivity. When emotions are cleared nightly, they do not compound. Each day begins fresh. Reactions stay proportionate. The Stoics saw this as respect for the mind. Just as financial accounting prevents chaos, emotional accounting prevents inner disorder. Order is restful. Disorder is exhausting. They did not expect perfection. Some emotions returned. Habits take time to fade. What mattered was consistency. Night after night, emotions were acknowledged and released. As this became routine, the mind stopped fearing emotion. Emotion became information, not threat. This changed the relationship with inner life completely. Sleep deepened because nothing emotional was unresolved. The mind no longer needed to stay alert. There were no unpaid emotional debts. This is why the Stoics treated emotional accounting as essential, not optional, not therapeutic, necessary. Because a mind that goes to sleep carrying unexamined emotion never truly rests. And a mind that clears its emotional balance before sleep wakes steady, grounded, and ready. Not because it feels nothing, but because it is no longer carrying more than it needs. As emotional accounts are settled and nothing unresolved is left pulling at the mind, something quietly returns. It isn't excitement. It isn't motivation. It is energy. Not physical energy, but psychological energy. The kind that allows you to think clearly, respond calmly, and move through the day without feeling internally drained. The Stoics believed this energy was restored each night through one simple practice: acceptance. Nightly acceptance was not approval of everything that happened. It was not resignation. It was the refusal to argue with reality once action was no longer possible. The Stoics understood that most psychological fatigue comes from resistance, not from events themselves. Resistance consumes energy continuously. Acceptance stops the leak. During the day, resistance often feels useful. You push back. You try harder. You hold tension because it seems necessary. At night, that same resistance becomes pointless. Nothing can be changed in that moment. Continuing to resist only keeps the nervous system activated. The Stoics saw this clearly. Night was where resistance ended. Acceptance at night meant acknowledging what had already occurred without commentary. No, it shouldn't have happened. No, I should have known better. No, this means something about me. Those interpretations cost energy. Acceptance returned the mind to neutrality. Psychological energy is depleted when the mind keeps fighting finished battles. Every argument with the past reactivates emotion. Every refusal to accept reality keeps the body in alert mode. The Stoics believed acceptance was not weakness, but efficiency. Why spend energy on what no longer requires it? They practiced acceptance by stating facts plainly. This happened. This was said. This was felt. Facts have edges. They end. Stories do not. Acceptance replaced stories with facts. This alone reduced mental load. They also accepted their own limits at night. Limits of patience, limits of strength, limits of clarity. Many people exhaust themselves by judging their limits as failures. The Stoics saw limits as information. Acceptance of limits ended self-conflict. Self-conflict is one of the biggest drains of psychological energy. Nightly acceptance also restored energy by calming the nervous system. The body responds to the mind's posture. When the mind stops resisting, the body stops bracing. Muscles soften, breath deepens. The system shifts from defense to recovery. This shift restores energy more effectively than sleep alone. They did not accept passively. They accepted precisely. What was in their control had been handled. What was not in their control was released. This clarity mattered. Vague acceptance feels like giving up. Clear acceptance feels like relief. The Stoics also accepted emotional reality. If they felt sadness, they accepted sadness. If they felt frustration, they accepted frustration. Fighting emotions doubles their energy cost. Acceptance allows emotions to complete their cycle. Completed emotions do not drain energy overnight. Another way acceptance restored energy was by ending inner negotiation. Many people go to bed bargaining with reality. If this changes, then I'll be okay. Negotiation keeps the mind working. Acceptance ends the discussion. The mind rests because nothing is being debated. They also accepted uncertainty at night. Uncertainty costs energy only when resisted. The Stoics allowed uncertainty to exist without needing answers. This reduced cognitive strain. A mind that does not demand certainty sleeps deeper. Nightly acceptance also repaired self-trust. When the mind knows it will not be attacked at night, it relaxes. Many people use nighttime to criticize themselves. This destroys trust. The Stoics refused to punish themselves when correction was no longer possible. Correction was for daylight. Night was for rest. This boundary protected psychological energy. A mind that trusts itself does not need to stay vigilant. Vigilance drains energy. Trust restores it. Acceptance also reduced anticipation. Anticipation pulls energy forward. Acceptance keeps energy in the present. At night, presence is restorative. The Stoics believed energy flows back when the mind stops projecting. They noticed that people who resist sleep itself wake tired. Acceptance included accepting rest. Now is the time to stop. This simple permission reduced effort. Effort consumes energy even when lying still. Over time, nightly acceptance trained the mind to recover faster. Stressors lost their lingering power. Emotional reactions shortened. Psychological resilience increased. The Stoics did not expect acceptance to feel good immediately. Sometimes it felt neutral, sometimes uncomfortable. What mattered was that it stopped the drain. Energy returned quietly, not dramatically. Modern culture often frames acceptance as defeat. The Stoics framed it as conservation. Energy conserved at night became strength during the day. They believed that each night was an opportunity to return to baseline. Without acceptance, baseline shifts upward into chronic tension. With acceptance, baseline remains calm. This is why nightly acceptance was non-negotiable for them. Without it, no amount of sleep restored energy. With it, even short rest was sufficient. As acceptance became habitual, psychological energy stabilized. The mind no longer felt constantly depleted. Life felt manageable again. Not because problems disappeared, but because resistance did. Nightly acceptance restored energy by ending unnecessary inner conflict. When conflict ends, the system recovers. And when the system recovers, the mind wakes clear, not driven by urgency, not weighed down by yesterday, but ready, steady, and quietly strong again. As acceptance restores psychological energy, one final habit quietly determines whether rest is complete or interrupted. It happens in the last moments before sleep, often unnoticed. The Stoics trained themselves to sleep without mental negotiation. Mental negotiation sounds like thinking, but it feels like bargaining. If I fall asleep now, tomorrow will be easier. If I think this through one more time, I'll feel calmer. If I get reassurance, then I can rest. These thoughts keep the mind half awake. Sleep becomes conditional. The body lies down, but the mind remains at the table, still negotiating terms. The Stoics recognized this as a hidden form of resistance. Negotiation implies that rest must be earned or justified. This belief quietly exhausts the mind. A mind that believes it must secure something before resting cannot fully let go.
They understood that negotiation is future-oriented. It ties rest to outcomes, but sleep exists only in the present. When the mind keeps reaching forward, sleep remains just out of reach.
The Stoics practiced ending the day without conditions, no promises to think later, no deals with the future, no silent contracts with tomorrow. Rest was allowed because it was time to rest, not because something had been resolved. This practice required trust. Trust that nothing essential would be lost by sleeping. Trust that clarity would return after rest. Trust that the mind did not need to stay alert to protect life. Negotiation disappears when trust appears. They noticed that mental negotiation often disguises fear. Fear of forgetting something. Fear of missing insight. Fear of losing control. The Stoics challenged these fears gently. What can truly be lost by resting right now? Most of the time, the answer was nothing. They also saw that negotiation keeps the nervous system activated. Each if keeps the body waiting. Waiting is not rest. Waiting is vigilance. Vigilance drains energy even in stillness. The Stoics did not argue with negotiating thoughts. Arguing is still engagement. They simply declined to continue the conversation. This discussion is over for tonight. That boundary ended mental effort. Sleeping without negotiation also meant releasing the need for reassurance. Many people negotiate because they want certainty before rest. The Stoics accepted uncertainty as a condition of life. Certainty was not required for sleep. They believed that rest itself was an act of wisdom. Wisdom knew when to stop. Negotiation kept the mind working past its usefulness. Ending negotiation was a form of respect for reason. They also recognized that negotiation is often a habit formed by stress. Stress teaches the mind that rest is unsafe. The Stoics retrained this belief slowly. Night after night, they rested without securing outcomes. Over time, the mind learned that nothing collapsed. This practice also prevented overthinking from becoming ritual. Many people turn negotiation into a bedtime habit. Just one more thought. Just one more check. The Stoics broke this pattern deliberately. Night was not for preparation. It was for release. They avoided using sleep as a tool. Sleep was not for fixing emotions, solving problems, or improving tomorrow. When sleep is used instrumentally, negotiation follows. Sleep became an end in itself. This changed the relationship with rest completely. Sleep stopped feeling fragile. It no longer depended on the right conditions or the right thoughts. It arrived because resistance ended. They also stopped negotiating with themselves emotionally. No, I'll forgive myself if. No, I'll relax once. These bargains keep emotions active. The Stoics allowed emotions to settle without conditions. Sleeping without negotiation also required letting go of self-monitoring. Many people check constantly. Am I sleepy yet? This is still effort. The Stoics trusted the body. When the mind stops interfering, sleep comes. They also understood that negotiation often hides perfectionism, the desire to end the day perfectly. The Stoics rejected this. A day did not need a perfect ending. It needed a clear one. This practice created deep rest because the mind finally stood down. There was no agenda, no bargaining, no silent demands. Over time, the mind associated night with unconditional release. This association reduced insomnia. Sleep became predictable, not forced. Modern minds are trained to negotiate constantly. Productivity, improvement, reassurance. The Stoics stepped out of this pattern at night. They reclaimed rest as a natural state. Sleeping without mental negotiation did not mean apathy. It meant timing. Engagement belonged to the day, release belonged to the night. When negotiation ends, the mind stops leaning forward. When leaning ends, the body relaxes. When relaxation occurs naturally, sleep follows.
This is why the Stoics slept with steadiness. Not because life was simple, but because rest was no longer conditional.
They did not ask the night to promise anything. They did not demand tomorrow be better. They did not require certainty. They simply allowed rest to happen. And in that allowance, the mind found something rare, a sleep that was complete, not because everything was settled, but because nothing was being bargained for anymore. This is the quiet power of sleeping without mental negotiation. It returns rest to its rightful place, not as a reward, not as a strategy, but as a natural ending to effort itself. As negotiation finally ends and the mind no longer asks the night for guarantees, a deeper quiet opens. This quiet can feel unfamiliar, even unsettling. It is the absence of striving, of managing, of becoming. The Stoics recognized this feeling and named it honestly. They treated night as a rehearsal for death and for peace. This idea was never meant to frighten. It was meant to free. The Stoics understood that much mental exhaustion comes from resisting endings. We cling to continuity. We want tomorrow to fix today. We want consciousness to stay active, identity to remain intact, control to persist. Night interrupts all of that. Sleep dissolves awareness. Control disappears. Identity pauses. In this way, night resembles death more than we like to admit. Instead of resisting this resemblance, the Stoics leaned into it. They believed that practicing small endings made larger ones less frightening. Night was a safe rehearsal. You let go, and nothing bad happens. You lose awareness, and you return. Each night proved that surrender was not annihilation. It was rest. This practice softened the fear that keeps the mind alert. Fear of losing control, fear of not existing for a while, fear of things continuing without you. The Stoics noticed that many people struggle to sleep because they are subconsciously afraid of letting go. Night rehearsal trained the mind to trust release. They did not dramatize death. They treated it as a natural process, no different in principle from sleep. Awareness ends. Struggle ends. The body rests. By aligning night with this understanding, they removed the panic that often surrounds rest. One Stoic who spoke openly about this was Seneca. He wrote that each day should be lived as a complete life, and each night as a full ending. This mindset removed urgency. If today was complete, nothing needed to be carried forward anxiously. Treating night as a rehearsal for death also brought peace because it stripped life of false weight. If everything ends, then not everything is urgent. If identity dissolves nightly, then identity is not as solid as it feels during the day. This realization lightened the inner world. They practiced this by letting go fully at night, not just of tasks or worries, but of the self-story. Who they were during the day did not need to follow them into sleep. Emperor, servant, parent, thinker, none of these mattered in the dark. This was not loss, it was relief. They also used this rehearsal to release fear of the unknown. Death represents the ultimate unknown. Night allowed them to touch the unknown gently. Each time they slept, they practiced entering uncertainty without resistance. This trained courage quietly. Peace came from this familiarity. The unknown stopped feeling hostile. Silence stopped feeling empty. Darkness stopped feeling threatening. When these fears dissolve, sleep deepens naturally. They also understood that death rehearsal removed regret. Regret depends on continuity. I should have. I'll never. When the day ends fully, regret has no stage. The Stoics ended each night as if nothing carried over. This prevented emotional hangover. This practice also changed how they lived. Knowing that each night was a full ending encouraged presence during the day. Moments mattered more, distractions mattered less. Life became sharper because it was no longer assumed to continue indefinitely. Peace emerged because nothing was being postponed. Joy was not delayed. Forgiveness was not delayed. Rest was not delayed. Each night was complete. They did not use this practice to escape life. They used it to respect it. By honoring endings, they honored beginnings. Morning felt fresh because night had truly ended something. They also believed that fear of death fuels fear of sleep. When death is avoided mentally, sleep becomes uneasy. By normalizing the idea of ending, sleep became natural again. This rehearsal also reduced attachment. If everything ends nightly, clinging makes less sense. Attachment softens. Soft attachment reduces suffering. Reduced suffering allows peace. They did not force thoughts of death at night. They simply accepted the similarity. I am letting go now. That was enough. No imagery, no drama. Over time, this practice created profound calm. The mind stopped resisting loss of control. The body followed. Sleep arrived without struggle. Modern minds often avoid thoughts of death and then wonder why rest feels unsafe. The Stoics faced death gently every night and found peace waiting there. Treating night as a rehearsal did not make them morbid. It made them grounded. Grounded minds rest easily. This is why the Stoics could lie down without fear. They had practiced letting go thousands of times. Each night was proof that surrender did not mean disappearance. Peace came not from holding on, but from trusting release. And so, when night arrived, they welcomed it. Not as an escape from life, but as a return to stillness. A quiet rehearsal that reminded them of something deeply reassuring. That endings can be peaceful, that letting go is safe, and that rest, like death, is not an enemy, but a return to balance itself. As the mind grows familiar with endings and learns that letting go is safe, exhaustion begins to look different. It no longer feels like a lack of strength, it feels like a message. The Stoics believed that deep mental exhaustion was rarely about effort alone. More often, it was a sign that something important was being valued in the wrong way. They noticed that people could work hard and still feel steady, while others did very little and felt constantly drained. The difference was not workload. It was what the mind was trying to protect, prove, or preserve. Mental exhaustion appeared when energy was being spent in service of values that were unstable. Value systems shape attention. What you value determines what your mind watches closely. If your values depend on things that shift constantly, approval, comparison, status, outcomes, the mind never rests. It must stay alert to protect what can be lost at any moment. This vigilance becomes exhausting. The Stoics believed peace came from valuing what could not be taken away. Character, integrity, reasoned choice. When these were central, the mind could relax. When external rewards became central, the mind stayed tense. At night, this truth became impossible to ignore. When all action stopped, the mind reviewed what it had been guarding all day. If exhaustion appeared, it pointed directly to misplaced values. Something fragile had been treated as essential. They did not shame themselves for this. Values are learned slowly, often unconsciously. Society teaches people to value recognition, speed, and constant achievement. The Stoics simply questioned whether these values deserved so much energy. Mental exhaustion also arose when values conflicted. Wanting peace while valuing control, wanting rest while valuing productivity, wanting authenticity while valuing approval. These inner contradictions drain energy constantly. The mind tries to satisfy opposing demands and fails at both. The Stoics used night to notice these conflicts. When the body stopped moving, the inner tension became clear. Instead of treating exhaustion as weakness, they treated it as feedback. Something needed realignment. One Stoic who emphasized this was Epictetus. He taught that people are disturbed not by events, but by the importance they assign to them. Exhaustion, in this view, was not caused by life, but by the meaning placed on life's details. They asked themselves quietly, what felt urgent today? Then they asked a harder question. Did it truly deserve that urgency? Often the answer was no. Seeing this reduced exhaustion immediately. The mind relaxed when false urgency was exposed. They also noticed that valuing constant improvement caused subtle burnout. Always becoming better implies never being enough. This belief keeps the mind striving even at rest. The Stoics valued effort, but they also valued sufficiency. Enough effort was enough. Night was where sufficiency could be felt. Without external comparison, the mind could sense whether it had honored its principles. If it had, exhaustion softened. If it had not, the fatigue pointed to misalignment, not failure. Another source of exhaustion was valuing certainty, wanting guarantees, wanting clear futures, wanting reassurance. Life does not offer these consistently. Valuing them creates constant disappointment. The Stoics valued adaptability instead. This reduced strain. They also saw that valuing other people's reactions was deeply draining. The mind must constantly predict, interpret, and manage perception. At night, this value system collapses. No one is watching. If exhaustion appears here, it reveals how much energy was spent performing. The Stoics believed that what costs peace is costing too much. Any value that demands constant defense is too expensive. Night revealed the true price. They did not change values overnight. They adjusted them gradually. Each night, noticing where energy was lost. Each day, shifting attention slightly. Over time, exhaustion reduced because effort was better placed. They also valued rest itself. Modern minds often treat rest as secondary. The Stoics treated it as essential. Valuing rest meant protecting it from intrusion. Thoughts that violated rest were seen as misaligned, not important. Mental exhaustion also appeared when values were borrowed instead of chosen. Living according to expectations rather than principles creates inner resistance. The Stoics believed values must be examined and owned. Night was when borrowed values lost their power. They noticed that when values aligned with nature, simplicity, moderation, honesty, the mind recovered faster. When values chased excess, speed, or image, exhaustion followed. Night was the audit for values, not intellectually, but emotionally. How did the day feel afterward? Heavy or light? Restful or restless? The body and mind answered honestly. They trusted this answer more than ambition. Ambition can lie. Exhaustion does not. This understanding changed how they treated fatigue. Instead of pushing harder, they looked inward. Instead of blaming weakness, they corrected direction. Modern culture often treats exhaustion as something to overcome. The Stoics treated it as something to learn from. When learned from, it faded. They believed that a well-ordered value system produces calm effort and deep rest. A disordered one produces constant strain. Night showed which one was in place. As values realigned, mental energy returned. Not as excitement, but as steadiness. The mind no longer felt pulled in too many directions. This is why the Stoics did not fear exhaustion. They listened to it. It was the mind asking for honesty. When values are placed correctly, effort feels clean, rest feels complete, life feels manageable, and when night arrives, the mind no longer collapses from strain. It settles, because it is no longer protecting what was never meant to be central in the first place. As misplaced values are corrected, and effort is no longer wasted on fragile things, the mind grows lighter. Yet even a lighter mind can struggle to rest if it keeps leaning forward. This forward pull has a name: anticipation. The Stoics believed anticipation was one of the last habits to release before true rest could begin. Anticipation feels productive. It feels like preparation. But at night, it quietly becomes tension. The mind scans the future for what is coming next. Conversations, tasks, outcomes. The body responds by staying slightly alert, slightly ready. Sleep becomes shallow because the system believes something is approaching. The Stoics understood that anticipation is not neutral. It is a form of attachment. The mind attaches itself to events that do not yet exist and begins reacting to them as if they were present. This reaction consumes energy without producing action. At night, that energy has nowhere to go. They believed the future should not be carried into the dark, not because the future did not matter, but because it could not be influenced then. Carrying it anyway was unnecessary strain. The Stoic method was simple but disciplined. They removed anticipation by returning attention to timing. What requires action now? At night, the answer was always the same: nothing. This truth was not comforting. It was clarifying. Clarification allowed release. They noticed that anticipation often disguises itself as responsibility. If I don't think about this now, something will go wrong. The Stoics challenged this belief gently. They reminded themselves that thinking without the ability to act was not responsibility. It was anxiety wearing a mask. One Stoic who spoke directly to this was Epictetus. He taught that peace comes from focusing only on what is within your power in the present moment. At night, almost nothing is. This realization removed the mind's justification for anticipation. They also recognized that anticipation creates emotional rehearsal. The mind pre-feels future stress, future embarrassment, future conflict. This rehearsal trains the nervous system to react before anything happens. The Stoics refused to train stress in advance. They practiced postponing the future deliberately, not avoiding it, but placing it in the right time. This belongs to tomorrow. This sentence closed the mental loop. The mind relaxes when it knows something has been scheduled. They also avoided visualizing future success or failure before sleep. Visualization energizes the mind. Energy is useful by day. At night, it becomes restlessness. The Stoics kept mental imagery grounded in the present or released it entirely. Another source of anticipation was hope. Hope leans forward. Fear leans forward too, in a different direction. The Stoics removed both by choosing neutrality. Not pessimism, not optimism. Readiness. Readiness does not pull, it waits. They also noticed that anticipation is often fueled by identity. What will this say about me? How will I appear? Identity ties the future to self-worth. At night, the Stoics set identity down. Without identity at stake, anticipation weakened. They practiced reminding themselves that the future would arrive whether or not they thought about it. This simple fact stripped anticipation of purpose. Thinking did not summon the future faster. It only stole rest. They also trusted their future selves. Anticipation often comes from distrust. I won't handle this well. The Stoics cultivated trust in reason. They believed their future selves, rested and alert, would be more capable than their tired, nighttime minds. This trust allowed them to stop rehearsing. They understood that anticipation keeps the nervous system slightly activated. Activated systems do not recover fully. Removing anticipation allowed the body to enter true recovery mode. This practice also reduced the emotional roller coaster of mornings. When anticipation is removed at night, mornings begin clean. No preloaded stress, no borrowed excitement, just presence. The Stoics did not expect anticipation to disappear instantly. It was a habit. Each night, they noticed it and gently released it. Over time, the habit weakened. They also accepted that some nights anticipation would return. Fatigue makes the mind cling. When it did, they did not judge themselves. Judgment adds tension. They simply returned to timing. Not now. They believed that the future should be met standing up, not lying down. At night, the body is horizontal for a reason. It signals that action has ended. Carrying the future into this posture confuses the system. Modern minds often sleep with one foot in tomorrow. The Stoics slept fully in now. This made rest complete. Removing anticipation also changed how they lived during the day. With less future pressure, they acted more deliberately. Less rush, less anxiety, better judgment. They did not become passive, they became precise. Energy was spent where it mattered. By removing anticipation before sleep, they returned the night to its proper role. Not preparation, not rehearsal, recovery. When the future is released, the mind stops leaning forward. When leaning stops, the body settles. When the body settles, sleep deepens naturally. This is why the Stoics protected the night from the future. They understood something simple and powerful.
Tomorrow will arrive on its own.
It does not need to be carried. And when it is finally set down, the mind rests in a way that no amount of planning ever could. As anticipation is finally set down and the future is returned to its proper place, the night becomes something more than rest. It becomes a reset. The Stoics believed that burnout does not begin in the morning, it begins the night before. And because of that, prevention also begins there. Morning burnout feels sudden. You wake up tired before the day has even started. Motivation feels thin. Small tasks feel heavy. The body is awake, but the mind already feels spent. The Stoics understood this was not caused by lack of sleep alone. It was caused by a night that failed to reset the inner system. Burnout happens when yesterday leaks into today. Emotional residue, mental pressure, unresolved tension. When the night does not close the day cleanly, the morning inherits unfinished weight. The Stoics designed their nights specifically to prevent this inheritance. Their night reset was not a routine filled with actions. It was a sequence of releases. Each release removed one layer of carryover. By the time sleep arrived, nothing remained to burden the next day. The first part of this reset was ending responsibility. They made a clear internal distinction between effort and rest. Effort had ended. Responsibility for outcomes paused. Without this boundary, the mind wakes already working. Next, they cleared emotional residue, not by reliving emotions, but by acknowledging and releasing them. A mind that sleeps with emotional weight wakes defensive. A mind that sleeps clean wakes neutral. Neutrality is the opposite of burnout. They also reset self-expectation. Many people wake burned out because they go to sleep demanding too much of tomorrow. The Stoics removed these demands at night. Tomorrow was allowed to be unknown. This removed pressure before it could form. Another part of the reset was restoring inner authority. Burnout thrives when the mind feels controlled by external demands. At night, the Stoics returned control inward, not by planning, but by deciding what would not be carried. This restored a sense of autonomy. They also ended the day without self-judgment. Self-judgment weakens the mind overnight. The Stoics postponed correction to daylight. Night was not for improvement. It was for recovery. Recovery prevents burnout more than motivation ever could. They believed the mind needs to feel complete before sleep. Not successful, complete. Completeness removes urgency. Urgency wakes up with you. Completeness does not. Their reset also included releasing comparison. Comparison exhausts silently. At night, they stepped out of social measurement. Without comparison, the mind stopped racing. Rest deepened. They also trusted that clarity returns with rest. Burnout often comes from trying to solve life while exhausted. The Stoics refused to do this. They trusted tomorrow's mind more than tonight's fatigue. This trust was critical. A mind that trusts rest does not panic when it stops thinking. Panic disrupts recovery. Trust allows it. By the time morning arrived, the mind felt lighter because it had not been carrying yesterday all night. Energy returned naturally, not as excitement, but as readiness. This is why Stoics could face demanding lives without chronic burnout. Their days were intense, but their nights were clean. Clean nights produced steady mornings. Modern culture often treats burnout in the morning with stimulation, coffee, motivation, pressure. The Stoics prevented burnout by removing its cause before sleep. They understood that how you end the day determines how you begin the next one. A night that resets the mind creates a morning that does not need rescue. When the night is used properly, the morning does not feel like an uphill climb. It feels like a continuation, not a recovery. This is the Stoic night reset, not a trick, not a hack, a discipline of release. And when practiced consistently, it prevents burnout not by pushing harder, but by allowing the mind to begin each day unburdened, clear, and quietly strong again. As the night reset completes and the morning no longer inherits yesterday's weight, one final truth becomes clear. Healing did not happen because everything went quiet. It happened because it went dark. The Stoics understood that darkness does something silence alone cannot. Silence removes sound. Darkness removes reference. In silence, the mind can still see. It still measures. It still compares. It still imagines. In darkness, those habits weaken. The Stoics noticed that when vision fades, the mind loses many of its anchors. Without visual input, the inner world reorganizes faster. The mind is trained to orient itself through sight. During the day, vision keeps the self defined. You see your environment, your position, your tasks. These visuals reinforce identity and control. Silence alone does not remove this structure. Darkness does. In darkness, the world loses edges. Objects blur. Distance becomes irrelevant. This softens the mind's grip on separation. When separation fades, tension fades with it. The Stoics believed healing accelerates when the mind stops dividing reality into threats, goals, and roles. They noticed that silence without darkness often led to overthinking. The mind fills the quiet with imagery. Conversations replay. Futures are imagined. In darkness, imagery weakens. The mind has less material to work with. This reduction is healing. Darkness also signals safety more clearly than silence. In nature, darkness meant rest. Activity ended. Predators and prey alike slowed. The body still responds to this ancient cue. When darkness arrives, the nervous system prepares for recovery. Silence alone does not send this signal as strongly. The Stoics respected this biological wisdom. They did not try to override it with thought. They allowed darkness to do its work. Healing followed naturally. Another reason darkness heals faster is because it dissolves identity. Identity is reinforced by visibility. You see yourself reflected in others' eyes. You see symbols of status. You see reminders of responsibility. In darkness, these vanish. The self becomes simpler. Simplicity is restful. The Stoics understood that much mental fatigue comes from maintaining a visible self, being seen, being evaluated, being compared. Darkness removed the audience. Without an audience, performance stopped. Without performance, healing began. Darkness also reduces time pressure. Light organizes time. It signals productivity. Darkness suspends it. When time pressure disappears, urgency fades. Healing requires absence of urgency. Silence without darkness can still feel like waiting. Darkness feels like permission. They also noticed that darkness interrupts mental rehearsal. Rehearsal relies on visualization. Without visual support, thoughts lose detail. Emotional intensity drops. This allows the mind to settle more quickly. Darkness also supports surrender. The loss of sight reduces the illusion of control. When you cannot see, you cannot manage. This involuntary release mirrors the Stoic practice of letting go. Healing accelerates when control ends without effort. They believed darkness helped the mind return to a more primitive, balanced state. Before language, before judgment, before planning. This state was not regression. It was reset. Silence alone often keeps the mind alert, listening for something. Darkness tells the mind nothing is coming. This difference matters. Healing requires certainty of rest. The Stoics also understood that darkness hides mistakes, not symbolically, but psychologically. When you cannot see reminders of what went wrong, self-judgment weakens. The mind becomes kinder without trying. Kindness accelerates healing. They did not seek darkness as escape. They sought it as correction. Daylight overstimulates. Darkness recalibrates. This is why they valued night more than quiet rooms or deliberate stillness. Darkness worked without instruction. It did not require discipline. It simply removed what the mind used to stay tense. Modern life resists darkness. Screens recreate daylight. Artificial light extends performance. The Stoics would have seen this as interference with recovery. Healing needs darkness to complete. They also noticed that darkness encourages inward attention without analysis. The mind turns inward, but without sharp focus. This soft attention allows emotional processing without rumination. In silence, the mind can still interrogate itself. In darkness, interrogation feels pointless. The mind relaxes its grip. Healing follows. They trusted this process. They did not rush it. Darkness works at its own pace, faster than effort, faster than control. This is why nights that are dark heal more than nights that are merely quiet. Darkness removes stimuli at a deeper level. It resets the nervous system, the mind, and the sense of self all at once. The Stoics understood that the mind does not heal through analysis at night. It heals through absence. Absence of light. Absence of demand. Absence of identity. When darkness is allowed to do its work, silence becomes meaningful. Silence without darkness is incomplete. Darkness completes it. This is why the Stoic night reset is not about quieting thoughts. It is about allowing the world to disappear long enough for the mind to remember how to be whole again. And when the world fades fully, when sight withdraws, when identity softens, when urgency dissolves, the mind heals not slowly, but deeply, not because it tried, but because nothing was left to resist. As darkness completes its work and the mind begins to feel whole again, one final discipline seals the night. It is quiet, practical, and often overlooked. The Stoics believed that the day must be ended cleanly, or it will follow you into sleep. Emotional residue was not something to endure. It was something to release, deliberately. Emotional residue is what remains when feelings are left unfinished. Not the emotion itself, but the charge behind it. Irritation that never softened, sadness that was never acknowledged, tension that stayed locked in the body. The Stoics understood that these leftovers keep the nervous system slightly activated. You may fall asleep, but part of you stays awake, guarding what was never resolved. Their method began with a simple rule. Emotions were allowed to appear, but not to travel. Whatever arose during the day had to end with the day. This did not mean suppressing feelings. Suppression traps emotion deeper. It meant allowing emotion to complete its natural arc. They believed emotions want one thing: recognition. When ignored, they linger. When dramatized, they grow. When acknowledged calmly, they dissolve. The Stoics used night to provide that calm acknowledgement. They did not ask why they felt a certain way. Why invites stories. Stories reactivate emotion. Instead, they noticed what was present. This feeling is here. That was enough. The mind relaxes when it stops demanding explanations. They also avoided reliving events emotionally. Replaying strengthens residue. The Stoics reviewed events factually, without emotional coloring. Facts close loops. Emotion attached to narrative reopens them. Another part of their method was physical release. Emotions live in the body: tight shoulders, clenched jaw, shallow breath. The Stoics paid attention to these signals and allowed them to soften, not through technique, but through permission. When the mind lets go, the body follows. They also practiced emotional containment. Not all emotions needed expression. Some needed closure. Night was not for acting on emotion. It was for letting emotion end without consequence. They understood that many emotions were reactions, not truths. A reaction loses power when it is not obeyed. By not acting, not replaying, and not judging, they allowed the reaction to fade. They also released emotional responsibility for others. Many emotions come from carrying others' moods, disappointment, guilt, worry. The Stoics returned these gently. This is not mine to hold overnight. This reduced emotional load immediately. Another key was forgiveness, not moral forgiveness, but energetic release. Holding resentment keeps the body tense. Releasing it freed energy. The Stoics forgave at night not because others deserved it, but because the mind did. They did not expect emotional perfection. Some residue remained occasionally. What mattered was intention. Each night, they reduced the carryover a little more. They also avoided emotional stimulation before sleep. Content that triggered anger, fear, or desire was seen as interference. Protecting the final emotional state was essential. What you feed the mind before sleep shapes what lingers. The Stoics believed the day should end emotionally neutral, not happy, not sad, clear. Neutrality allowed deep rest. They noticed that when emotional residue was cleared, dreams changed. Less conflict, less intensity. The mind processed without strain. This method also prevented emotional build-up over time. Without nightly release, emotions accumulate and harden into mood. The Stoics prevented this by daily closure. They treated this practice as hygiene. Just as the body is cleaned daily, the emotional system needed regular clearing. Neglect created inner disorder. Over time, the mind learned that emotions would be handled, not avoided. This trust reduced emotional intensity during the day. Feelings became lighter because they were not feared. Ending the day without emotional residue also restored self-respect. The mind felt cared for. A cared-for mind rests easier. This method did not numb emotion. It refined it. Emotions came and went without leaving scars. Modern minds often sleep with emotional clutter. The Stoics slept with emotional order. Order is restful. When the day ends cleanly, sleep deepens naturally. The mind does not need to stay alert. There is nothing left unresolved. This is the Stoic method. Simple, quiet, consistent, and when practiced, it allows each night to truly end the day, so that the next one can begin without emotional weight, without leftover tension, and without the silent fatigue of carrying what no longer belongs. As emotional residue clears and the day finally ends cleanly, the mind enters a quieter state. In this quiet, something important becomes visible. Thoughts separate themselves. Some fade quickly. Others return again and again. The Stoics believed this was no accident. Night reveals which thoughts deserve your energy. During the day, all thoughts feel urgent. Noise flattens importance. Emails, conversations, problems, and distractions all compete for attention. The mind reacts instead of choosing. At night, when stimulation falls away, this competition ends. What remains is what was never resolved, never understood, or never aligned. The Stoics trusted this filter. They believed the mind, when no longer distracted, naturally shows what matters. Not what is loud, but what is unfinished. Not what is popular, but what is persistent. They noticed that many thoughts disappear the moment the day ends. These were not important thoughts. They were reactive thoughts, thoughts tied to stress, habit, or imitation. Night strips these away because they have no root. Other thoughts return calmly, without panic. They do not shout, they simply stay. The Stoics paid attention to these. Calm persistence signaled relevance. These thoughts often pointed to values, unresolved choices, or misalignment between belief and action. They also noticed that thoughts fueled by fear or urgency behaved differently. They repeated with intensity, not clarity. These thoughts drained energy rather than guiding it. The Stoics learned to distinguish between thoughts that inform and thoughts that exhaust. Night made this distinction easier. Exhausting thoughts feel tight. Informative thoughts feel steady. The body senses the difference before the mind explains it. Tightness signaled unnecessary engagement. Steadiness signaled something worth attention later. The Stoics did not try to solve important thoughts at night. Night was not for action, it was for identification. Once a thought was recognized as meaningful, it could wait. Recognition alone reduced its urgency. They believed that energy should follow meaning, not noise. Daytime noise tricks the mind into wasting effort. Night restores hierarchy. The mind remembers what it actually cares about when nothing is demanding attention. They also learned that some recurring thoughts were not problems, but attachments. Night revealed these too. A thought that returned every night often pointed to dependence on outcomes or approval. Seeing this helped them redirect energy away from what could not provide peace. The Stoics also noticed that thoughts that deserved energy did not create agitation. They created clarity. Even when uncomfortable, they felt honest. Agitation meant resistance. Resistance signaled misplacement of effort. They trained themselves not to chase every thought that appeared at night. Appearance alone did not earn energy. Persistence and calmness did. This restraint protected mental resources. They also used night to identify thoughts that could be released permanently. If a thought appeared one night and vanished the next, it was not worth long-term concern. The Stoics trusted time as a filter. This practice reduced overthinking during the day. Knowing that important thoughts would return at night removed the need to cling to them constantly. The mind relaxed because it trusted its own sorting process. They also noticed that night revealed thought quality. Shallow thoughts collapsed in silence. Deep thoughts endured without effort. This helped them invest energy wisely. The Stoics believed mental energy was precious. Wasting it on every thought was a mistake. Night taught selectivity naturally. They also learned that some thoughts returned because they were ignored, not because they were important. Ignored responsibilities, avoided conversations, postponed decisions. Night revealed these clearly. Once acknowledged, their emotional charge dropped. They did not confuse guilt-driven thoughts with meaningful ones. Guilt is loud. Meaning is quiet. Night made this distinction clear. They also noticed that thoughts tied to values felt grounding, not draining. Thoughts tied to ego felt heavy. This guided where energy should go the next day. The Stoics believed the mind is honest when it is tired, but not overwhelmed. Night provided this balance. Honest enough to reveal, calm enough not to exaggerate. They did not fear recurring thoughts. They welcomed them as signals. Signals allowed correction. Correction restored alignment. Alignment conserved energy. Modern minds often try to control thoughts aggressively. The Stoics observed them patiently. Observation conserved energy better than control. They also understood that not every thought needed immediate meaning. Some thoughts needed rest themselves. By not forcing interpretation, they allowed the mind to settle. Over time, this practice sharpened intuition. The mind became better at distinguishing noise from signal even during the day. Energy was spent more deliberately. Night was the teacher. It did not lecture, it revealed. When the mind quiets, what remains is what asks to be understood. Everything else falls away. This is why the Stoics respected night so deeply. It showed them where to place their limited energy without effort, without analysis, and without force. Thoughts that deserve energy survive silence. Thoughts that do not dissolve in it. By trusting this process, they stopped wasting themselves on what did not matter. And when energy is no longer scattered, rest deepens, days simplify, and the mind regains its strength, not by doing more, but by finally choosing what is worth carrying forward at all. As the night teaches the mind which thoughts deserve energy, another contrast becomes impossible to ignore. Modern life tells you to wind down. The Stoics taught something quieter, deeper, and far less performative. Stillness. A wind-down ritual is built on activity, a checklist of calming actions, screens dimmed, music selected, tea prepared, breathing counted. These rituals are not wrong, but the Stoics would have noticed something important about them. They still keep the mind busy. They replace one form of stimulation with another. The mind is guided, managed, entertained into rest. Stoic stillness works in the opposite direction. Stillness is not something you do. It is something that happens when nothing is being demanded. The Stoics did not prepare the mind for rest through stimulation, even gentle stimulation. They removed interference. They trusted that when interference ended, stillness would appear on its own. Modern wind-down rituals often fail because they treat rest as fragile, as something that must be carefully engineered. This belief alone creates pressure. The mind starts monitoring. Is this working? Monitoring keeps the system alert. Alert systems do not rest well. The Stoics never monitored their state. They did not ask if they were calm enough. They removed the reasons for restlessness instead. When those reasons were gone, calm arrived naturally. Another difference is intention. Wind-down rituals aim to change how you feel. Stoic stillness aimed to change nothing. It aimed to stop interfering with what already wanted to settle. Modern rituals often focus on comfort. Comfort can soothe, but it can also distract. Distraction delays the mind's natural process of resolution. The Stoics were not afraid of mild discomfort. They knew discomfort often passes when not resisted. Stillness allowed this passing. Wind-down rituals can also become dependencies. The mind learns, I can only rest if conditions are right. This weakens resilience. The Stoics wanted rest to be unconditional, available anywhere, under any circumstance. Stillness came from inner alignment, not external setup. The Stoics believed that if the mind was ordered, rest would follow regardless of environment. If the mind was disordered, no ritual could fix it. This made them focus on inner clarity rather than outer cues. Modern rituals often involve adding something. Stoic stillness involved subtracting. Fewer thoughts, fewer judgments, fewer demands. Subtraction reduced complexity. Complexity is tiring. Another key difference is timing. Wind-down rituals often begin late after stimulation has already peaked. The Stoics began stillness earlier by not accumulating unnecessary tension during the day. Night was not a recovery from chaos. It was a continuation of restraint. They also noticed that rituals can mask unresolved issues. You calm the surface, but the depth remains active. Stoic stillness went deeper because it allowed unresolved material to surface briefly and dissolve. Modern culture often fears silence. Rituals fill it. The Stoics trusted silence. Silence was not empty. It was revealing. What surfaced in silence was what needed attention. Once seen, it lost power. Stillness also avoided performance. Rituals can feel like another task to do correctly. Stoic stillness required no correctness. There was nothing to achieve, nothing to perfect. This absence of evaluation relaxed the mind immediately. The Stoics also understood that the mind cannot be forced into rest. Any method that tries to force calm creates subtle resistance. Stillness removes force entirely. They did not label stillness as relaxation. Relaxation implies effort toward ease. Stillness implies absence of effort. This distinction matters. Effort, even toward calm, is still effort. Modern wind-down rituals often aim to manage symptoms of restlessness. Stoic stillness addressed causes: attachment, resistance, unfinished judgment. Once these were released, restlessness had nothing to sustain it. They also avoided using night as therapy. Therapy analyzes. Analysis activates the mind. Stillness allowed the mind to settle without explanation. Another difference was trust. Wind-down rituals assume the mind cannot rest on its own. The Stoics trusted the mind's natural tendency toward equilibrium when not disturbed. This trust removed anxiety about sleep. Stillness also preserved autonomy. Rituals can feel imposed. Stillness was chosen absence of interference. Choice restores inner authority. Authority calms the system. The Stoics did not reject comfort, but they did not rely on it. They relied on alignment. Alignment between thought, value, and reality. When alignment was present, stillness followed. This is why Stoic nights were quiet without being structured. No sequence, no formula, just release. Modern minds often feel restless without rituals because they have forgotten how to be still without guidance. The Stoics trained this capacity gradually, night after night, doing less instead of more. Over time, stillness became familiar. The mind stopped searching for stimulation. Silence no longer felt empty. It felt complete. This also changed how mornings felt. Without dependence on rituals, rest was more reliable. Energy returned naturally. No crash, no artificial calm wearing off. The Stoics would not have asked how to wind down. They would have asked what was being carried unnecessarily. Remove that, and the mind winds down by itself. This is the quiet power of Stoic stillness. It does not decorate rest. It uncovers it. When nothing is added, nothing needs to be maintained. When nothing is maintained, nothing needs guarding. And when nothing is being guarded, the mind settles into stillness. Not because it was guided there, but because it was finally left alone. As stillness replaces ritual, and the mind is no longer distracted into rest, another rule becomes unavoidable. The Stoics believed there was one thing that must never cross into sleep unresolved: judgment. A judgment is not a thought. It is a conclusion, a verdict the mind delivers about an event, a person, or itself. This was unfair. I failed. They shouldn't have done that. These statements feel solid. They shape emotion, and when carried into sleep, they continue working long after consciousness fades. The Stoics believed unresolved judgments were the most corrosive form of mental residue. Thoughts may come and go. Emotions may rise and fall, but judgments stay active until they are examined or released. A sleeping mind still obeys them. They notice that people often sleep with judgments because judgments feel protective. They justify anger. They preserve pride. They defend identity. Letting them go feels like surrender. The Stoics saw this as illusion. Holding judgment overnight does not protect the mind. it poisons it. Judgments keep the nervous system alert. When the mind decides something is wrong, unfair, or threatening, the body stays ready. Sleep becomes shallow because part of the system remains on guard. This is why unresolved judgments often show up as tension, dreams, or waking fatigue. The Stoics treated judgments as optional interpretations, not facts. This distinction mattered deeply. Events happen. Judgments are added. At night, when action is no longer possible, adding interpretation serves no purpose. They believed every judgment should be either clarified or released before sleep. Clarified if it revealed a lesson. Released if it was about what could not be changed. One Stoic who emphasized this was Epictetus. He taught that suffering comes not from events, but from the judgments we attach to them. Carrying those judgments into sleep meant carrying suffering into rest. The Stoics did not try to replace judgments with positive thinking. That would still be judgment. They aimed for suspension. This happened. I do not need to conclude anything more tonight. Suspension ended the inner argument. They also understood that judgments harden overnight. A thought left unresolved becomes belief. Belief becomes identity. By morning, the judgment feels more real than it did the night before. This is how resentment grows quietly. The Stoics interrupted this process deliberately. They practiced asking one simple question before sleep. Is this judgment within my control? If not, it was released. Control was the boundary. Without control, judgment was unnecessary. They also avoided judging themselves at night. Self-judgment is especially damaging because it turns the mind against itself when it is weakest. The Stoics postponed self-correction to daylight. Night was for rest, not moral trial. They noticed that judgments demand continuation. If something is wrong, the mind searches for resolution. At night, resolution is unavailable. This creates mental looping. Releasing judgment ended the loop. They did not confuse releasing judgment with denying reality. Reality was accepted. Interpretation was optional. This clarity allowed the mind to rest without lying to itself. Another reason they avoided sleeping with judgments was because judgments distort memory. The mind reshapes past events to support the verdict. This keeps emotion alive. By releasing judgment, memory softened naturally. They also recognized that judgments about others often hid attachment, wanting others to behave differently, wanting recognition, wanting fairness. At night, these wants created frustration without outlet. Releasing judgment freed the mind from wanting the impossible. The Stoics also practiced humility at night. Humility not as self-denial, but as perspective. I may not see this clearly right now. This uncertainty dissolved rigid conclusions. Rigid conclusions block rest. They believed unresolved judgments were a form of resistance to reality. Resistance consumes energy. Sleep requires surrender. Judgment resists. Release surrenders. They also understood that the mind becomes more rigid when tired. Judgments made at night are often distorted by fatigue. Carrying them forward creates unnecessary conflict. Better to release them entirely. This practice changed how they woke. Mornings felt lighter because the mind was not already burdened with conclusions. Fresh perception replaced bias. Modern minds often treat judgments as necessary truths. The Stoics treated them as temporary tools. Tools are put down when no longer useful. Night was when tools were returned. They also saw that judgment feeds ego. Ego thrives on being right. Ego does not rest easily. By releasing judgment, ego softened. Soft ego slept better. They did not expect to resolve every moral question nightly. Resolution was not the goal. Peace was. Peace came from not carrying conclusions that demanded action when none was possible. They believed a mind at rest should be neutral, not convinced. Neutrality allowed sleep to deepen. This is why the Stoics would never sleep with unresolved judgments. Not because judgments were forbidden, but because they were heavy. Night was not a courtroom, it was a resting place. When judgments were released, the mind no longer argued with itself. Silence became natural. Sleep arrived without resistance. And when morning came, the mind was free to judge again, if needed, with clearer eyes and steadier reason. But the night remained protected, because rest requires innocence. And innocence begins when the mind stops declaring verdicts in the dark. Your mind was never broken. It was just never taught how to end the day. What the Stoics understood, long before screens, deadlines, and constant noise, is that exhaustion doesn't come from living. It comes from carrying what no longer belongs to now. Unfinished judgments, borrowed emotions, future worries, false urgency. When those are released, the mind does not need to be forced into rest. It returns to it naturally. Night is not a pause between battles. It is the place where battles end, where identity softens, where control is set down, where tomorrow is no longer demanded. When you close the day cleanly, the mind heals quietly. And when the mind heals at night, the morning no longer feels heavy. This Stoic night reset is not a trick. It is a remembering, a return to a rhythm your mind already knows. If something in this spoke to you, leave a comment with one word: restored. Let that be your signal that tonight you're not carrying everything with you. And if you want more wisdom like this, calm, grounded, and practical, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. The night is only the beginning.